If you saw the text moving, blame the god-awful Logitech keyboard as I'm trying to clear up space so that I can record without running out of space on stream today. Okay, we have a free terabyte. This trackpad is the worst. What's up, nerds? I didn't properly shut down my room yesterday, and it is over 80 degrees in here. It is more than 10 degrees hotter than the rest of my building, and it is over 80 degrees in here. It is more than 10 degrees hotter than the rest of my
Good to see y'all.
building, and it is
Which trackpad?
over
We're dealing
80
with
degrees in
K400.
here. It is more than this fucker. I hate it, and I'm so excited to be able to replace it. It's gonna be a bit before I can.
K400.
Where this fucker. I hate it, and I'm so excited to be able to replace it. It's gonna be a bit before I can. Where this fucker. I hate it, and I'm so excited to be able to replace it. It's gonna be a bit before I can. Where this fucker. I hate it, and I'm so excited to be able to replace it. It's gonna be a bit before I can. Where this fucker. I hate it, and I'm so excited to be able to. My bad. Cool new feature on YouTube where YouTube Studio would not let me connect to chat, so I had to open a background tab. I'm sorry. Normally, I'm really good about preventing those things, but YouTube makes my life much harder in general. It's crazy how YouTube is so far ahead for video, for like async video, and so comically far behind for everything live. Yeah, fixed. I'm sorry. Yeah. I was trying to complain about the keyboard because the framework alternative isn't out yet, and I won't get a prototype for it for a little bit. So, yeah, no one has one. But I'll be one of the first that do. You need a 10x engine when you have 10x Theo. Goddamn Gusty with a 25 bomb starting us strong. Jesus Christ. Let me thank all the other subs I missed as I was getting ready. Sorry again for the delays. I needed to have some food before going live for 8 hours straight. Thank you, Zill, for starting us strong 45 minutes ago with the Prime. NCE, always good to see you, man. 16 months feels wrong. You've been around so much longer than that. Add Mouse here with the 8 months. Seeing how the podcast is going, can we expect a Modelo sponsor? If they were down, I would be down. Silas here with the tier 2 for 16 months. The few, the proud. Appreciate you, Silas. Hope you're doing well. Captain Mexico 717 with the nearly 1 year of Prime. Wereful Pullet. Don't gaslight me with 7 months. You've been around for at least a year, man. Always good to see you. Dogpaw Hat here with the 46 months of support. God, there's when you're out of the house. Sadly, yeah. Thankfully, I'm actually here for it. We got Brody here with the Prime. Thank you for the 4 months of that. We got XCSS here with the 14 months. 7XN with the 6 months. I also just remembered I forgot to ping Discord, so let me do that quick. TV/Theo. Publish. Cool. It's done. Not sure I'll actually go for 8 hours. I'm going to go as long as I can. Happy the lonely engineering advice was well received. That was a risky one, and I'm happy people liked it. Yeah. Thank you, IMR Lopez, for the 3 months of Prime. Corvin Rowe with the Prime. Picasso. Can I believe they doubled the limits? I believe it's only the 5-hour limit, but yeah, pretty cool to see. Rotating Phaser here with 30 months. Think it makes sense. XAI has a bunch of compute, but it's stagnant in terms of its share, usage, open router AI rankings. I thought it's a big compute shortage. Match made in heaven. Yep. Well, plus annoying OpenAI for sure. Gusty Cube, 25 bomb. Again, thank you so much for that. CDE 90 with the 45 months. Still supporting regardless of not catching one for a while. Good to see you, CDE. Always nice to have you around, man. NMG hitting 34 months. Hope a recent job lead pushed out to next month. Contract might be leaving the company. Oh, that's always frustrating. Sorry to hear, man. Invalid Bug with the 3 months. Arkirk 92 with the 13. Izzy a nut with the Prime for 6 months. Not easy to catch the streams in the UK. Totally fine if you miss the streams, as long as you watch the videos. Always good to see you. Loving T3 Coach. Shout out Julius. Thank you, Jeff, for the 10 months of support and the kind words. Dominic with the 6 months of support. Moshed Eggs with the Prime. Miss anyone on YouTube yet? Do not believe so. Thank you, guys. Everybody now realizing Compute Crisis was real and not just squeezing customers as you pulling your hair out. Yeah, I'm trying my hardest to like make this real info. Yeah, Julius on the Kent Dodds podcast was really cool to see. Oh shit, Snowy with the 5 bomb. Appreciate that a ton. Thank you, man. Interesting. This could be a video. I'll save it. Is AI code a trap? I'll throw that in here. Why not? Thank you for the link. That was from Waba with a 55 bomb. God damn. So generous. Appreciate the support a ton. Thank you so much. That's insane, Wabo. Yeah, thank you, Hitesh. Is the one who sent the article. Otzhog, you should watch my video about Agent MD. I think it'll be really useful for you to realize that, like, you're not just going to copy paste someone else's rules. Yeah, seriously, Wabo. Insane. 55 gifts is absurd. Thank you so much for the support, man. Moving from SF to Seattle. Oh, shit. Well, happy you could make it here. I've not had a chance to look at your PatchMD thing, sadly, Gusty. I'm sorry. I haven't had time to, like, call my mom. I almost forgot to eat today. I mostly forgot to eat yesterday. Is there a new Jeffrey video? I've not seen it. Oh, I watched this live. Not the specific version of it, but I watched him present this at AI Engineering Miami. Living in SF is good if you want to improve your position in tech, like knowing more of what's going on, who is doing what, and like get to a better place. But if you're trying to like rest, invest, and just make the money you're making right now and chill, probably less so. But if your goal is to improve your position in the tech space, it's really hard to justify being anywhere else here. Or anywhere other than here. I can't really share too much on what Microsoft changed. I can say that it was bugs. Benchmark submission for my tweet. I will do another round trying to collect problems that the current models can't solve, but I think I need to rethink how benchmarking works entirely. Yeah, Dara's been here for 2 days and is loving it. It's hard to beat SF once you're here. I do not use holistic evaluation of language models. I don't know if this is like a specific technology or like a model or something, but I do my own thing. I don't think the safety filter was necessarily the thing that made the shit so slow on Azure, but the safety filter is awful. Ooh. This I just want to read later for myself, so I will save this. I have not... If your question starts with, have you tried the new thing? Right now, the answer is no. I've had no time at all. Cursor X SpaceX is almost certainly still happening. Yeah, a bunch of people are doing my infinite canvas thing, which is really cool to see. I'll save this to watch later as well. Yeah. Has anybody here been watching the Anthropic stream? As you can guess, I have not been. And I watched a little bit of the Dario conversation, and I'll be citing pieces from it. But I was curious if anybody else has like other things of note from the stream that are worth citing. I am on my 5th watch later, Silas. I wrote a script to dump my watch later into another playlist when I max it out because I'm about to hit the cap of it again. I'm at like 4,970 videos or so, and 5K it locks out. So yeah, the infinite context claim is interesting. I saw SubQ. I don't have access yet. Chrome silently installing Gemini to user devices. I saw somebody in my fucking replies conspirizing that the Google search AI is running on your device and they're not actually giving out free compute, as though that's not the easiest thing in the world to prove, which was very amusing to me. Like, yeah, Google is just quietly downloading 4 gigs of data to your cell phone on 3G when you click the ask more button. People will like straight up be so absurdly dumb in efforts to allow their existing delusional views of how the world works to make any sense at all. And the results are just fucking hilarious. Yeah, it's just like to boldly proclaim. Let me just find the post because it's funny. I always have to run to grab something quick and then we can get started. Theo says Google gives away free compute and AI overview when searching on Google, but this is wrong. Compute is done on your local machine. Yes, we all do have a mini LLM model on our device in one of the directories of respective Chrome-based browsers. Notice that I'm using a Firefox-based browser when I did this example. Yeah, every once in a while, I get a reply that's just so fucking stupid. It's incredible. Autofocus is weird right now. Is it? Seems fine. I do need to change how I'm doing focus on all of my rigs. The UUID debacle. Oh, man. IP shipping again? Oh, yeah. Jesus. About prompt API internals. Oh, so today Chrome shipped that. That's cool. Keep an eye on this. Sadly, the models suck. Oh, of course he said that. That's great. I was going to post this specific screenshot of the two of them with the last thing you see before your job is taken by AI. Loving the pod. That's really good to hear, Michaela. Thank you for the kind words. You're the exact type of person trying to target with it, so knowing you like it is huge. Ooh, this looks like fun. This could be a fun evergreen. Looking productive in the age of AI. Throw this there. I need to go grab something. I'll be right back. Okay. Ready to actually get started. Let's prep. Yeah, we're working to make the audio only experience better for our show. It's effort. We're just so not used to that. And I'm pumped that we're competing with WAN Show for you already. Really cool to hear. This could be a stop trying to monetize everything rant. I don't know if I have enough to say about that for it to be a video. Cool article, though. Thank you, Michaela, for the 9 months of support. Goddamn. Let me thank everybody else after the Wabo gift that fully distracted me. Full capacity mentioned. Cool, we can work with that. Thank you. We got Jake with the 3 months of support. Thank you for that. Pierce Codes hitting 10 months. Atomic Hydra at 3. Aaron with the Prime. Decoy with the Prime. F Bombastic with the 3 months of support. Rashad Rakib with the tier 1 for 6 months. FaZe the Legend throwing the Prime, 35 months of that. Always good to see you, man. Thanks for keeping the channel afloat. We got Jiraj here with the 44 months. Goddamn. Navagram with the Prime. And Michaela at Zed again with the 9 months. Yeah. Really good thumbnail, Maria. Sadly, I'm not sure the branding is working for that one. Let me swap over to that. Oh, it recovered. It was at 505 for a bit. It might have just been the time we were posting, but it is climbing back up. Yeah, it's doing fine. Over 6K subs now. Fun. Not bad for a brand new everything. Swap back over. Cool. I liked the thumb. Yes, I liked it a lot, actually. Yep. Yep. I think this was Nordstrom. Might be wrong. I don't remember. This is an older shirt, actually. I just haven't worn it in a while. I have this one saved. How many times has he made the fucking misanthropic joke? Okay, I have plans for this. Close that. Go there. What do we have from here? Yeah, nothing big here. Cool. Why am I not posting on Blue Sky? Because I don't use Blue Sky. I post in the apps that I open. I don't post in the apps that I don't open. It's quite simple, actually. No kitty. Sorry, Cyrus. Thank you, Pyra, for the sub as well. They probably aren't on Colossus yet, but it won't be too hard for them to do it because they are NVIDIA GPUs. Close these things. I try to keep my cats off of where the studio is because they cause problems, but I'll try to sneak more cats in. Yeah. Yo, blazingly slow with the 10 bomb and Nexel with a 25. What the fuck, Nexel? You don't need to be throwing gifts. Thank you for the support, man, but goddamn. Seen the DNS suck on DE domains? Oh god. I'm scared. Thank you, Blazingly Slow, for the 10 bomb as well. You guys are being way too generous today. Appreciate it a ton. Bot Cooper with the 45 months of tier 3, fucking legend. Chris MC 2789 with the 4 as well. Thank you all so much. You like the people here? We like you, Nexel. Good to see you, man. We need to get you out to SF, or we need to get you out to SF already, man. You should be visiting here more. Okay, I know the gag I want to do. Anthropic bans XAI. Oh, when you search Anthropic bans XAI, I'm the second result. That's wonderful. Okay, I have a whole plan for this. I'm the first result when you do that search. That is beautiful. What did Ryan do? Oh yeah, I did see this. Yeah, the weekly limits did not get bumped. Only the 5-hour one, as far as we know. Thank you, Anti Kushido. Hopefully I got that right. Thank you for the prime. Laura Apex with the tier 1. Thank you for that. Doc, thank you for the prime. Alexander, thank you for the prime. And thank you, Ollie, for the prime as well. Ooh. This could be fun. We need to do our marker. 35, 45. Enough time. There we are. Come on, refocus. Nice. Marker made. I know Claude.rip. I was helpful in the creation of Claude.rip. Started in my Discord. I got T-Vares here with 3 months of support. Not Tomb with the 38 months. Goddamn. And AJM hitting 3 months as well. VS Code, kind of. Electron, no. I can't imagine that the internal developer usage of the models is even close to comparing to the hellscape that is the growth they've had on the customer side. What do you got for me, Gabriel? I will look into this later. Your team thanks me for getting Azure working well. GPT-5, it's been night and day. I'm really happy to hear. I've been getting a lot of messages like this. Thank you, Moneyballin, for the Prime as well. Okay, one other thing I need to grab before I can do this one is from the stream. I need to get a specific quote from Dario that he said during it about their growth that was not public info before.
That Claude is doing, and we've seen it externally because actually this is the first year we've grown faster than the exponential. So
yeah, okay. I don't know how I just like clicked right exactly where I needed to be for that, but I did. So it's my lucky day. I think I literally just random rolled the exact spot I needed to be in. Convenient. Let's do this. I happened to remember that it was at the 1 p.m. or so time where Dario came on to talk. So I knew it was in that rough area, but that was a very lucky roll. Okay, actually, honest opinion chat. Should the opening be a joke, or is it fair for me to go through all of these tweets as the opener? Tweets? I'll do the joke right after. I'm going to start with the tweets. I want to flex a little bit. Okay, I'm ready to go. Okay, phase. The intro will be the screenshots of the tweets. You know how we do this. Looks like Theo was spot on in his latest video. Compute was the bottleneck. Pretty sure you called this the other day. So Theo was right. It's not pricing power yet, but capacity. Well, let's hope it lasts. At Theo, compute really was the reason for egregious pricing. It's a good day to be right. I hate to gloat, but I don't know how people didn't understand this before. It was very, very clear that Anthropic's biggest problem was that they didn't have enough compute for the amount of interest that... Retake. It's a good day to be right. Seriously, though, I just don't get how anyone didn't understand this before. It was pretty obvious Anthropic's biggest problem is that they didn't have enough compute to keep up with the demand that they were seeing. And that demand has been crazy, absolutely unprecedented. We'll talk a bit about that, but first we need to talk about today's news. The new partnership between Anthropic and SpaceX/XAI/ whatever Elon calls the company now. It's kind of crazy when you know the history of these companies, but this is real. You can even see it in this, this is a post from January when Anthropic banned XAI from using Anthropic models. Huh. Definitely not related to today's announcement with higher usage limits for Claude and a compute deal with SpaceX. Yeah, this was not an expected thing. There has been a lot of historical beef between these two parties, and seeing them come together in this way shows just how bad the compute crisis is. Anthropic does not like SpaceX. Anthropic does not like XAI. Anthropic does need compute. Thankfully, Elon's a huge fan of Anthropic and is more than happy to do this partnership. Oh, your AI hates whites and Asians, especially Chinese heterosexuals and men. This is misanthropic and evil. Fix it. Frankly, I don't think there's anything you can do to escape the inevitable... Frankly, I don't think there's anything you can do to escape the inevitable irony of Anthropic ending up being misanthropic. This is a joke he has been making a lot. Just search Twitter for Elon posts that say misanthropic, and there are dozens. But apparently that changed too. By way of background, for those who care, I spent a lot of time last week with senior members of the Anthropic team to understand what they do to ensure Claude is good for humanity, and was impressed. Everyone I met was highly competent and cared a great deal about doing the right thing. No one set off my evil detector. So long as they engage in critical self-examination, Claude will probably be good. After that, I was okay with leasing Colossus 1 to Anthropic, as SpaceX had already moved training to Colossus 2. This one sentence has so much information in it that I am very excited to break down. But unlike Elon and Anthropic, I don't have hundreds of thousands, but unlike Elon and Anthropic, I don't have billions of dollars of GPUs. I only got a couple 5090s. And if I want to get any more, I'm going to have to take a quick break for today's sponsor. Cool. Let's get more info on Colossus 2. I remember a chart that compared the size of all of the major data centers that were being built by different labs that had like how much compute they had over time. Anybody know? Oh shit, you are very fast with that. Thank you, Andy. Aha. I had OpenAI stuff in here as well. Actually, that makes it a little too annoying to track the things I'm here for. Close all those out. XAI Colossus 1, that's 2. So 1 is here. Yeah, okay. Okay, so it only has 450 megawatts. And they're getting 300 of them by the looks of it. Yep, cool. Those are the numbers I thought. Nice. Let's Excalibur quick so I can put down all the things we need to talk about. This is a wild partnership, and we have a lot of things to talk about within it. The obvious first and foremost one is, how does this affect us, specifically Claude Code users? There's a question of what's Anthropic's compute problem? Like, why is this a thing that they're willing to do? Is it really that bad that they're going to partner with a person that they hate and hates them? Like, that just seems insane, right? But most importantly, WTF is going on at XAI. I honestly think this is the most interesting part of all of this. The financials and direction of XAI is fascinating. Reminder, they just put out a really weird bid for Cursor. So I'm going to do a lot of speculation on what's going on at XAI and Elon. I have historically said that I still think XAI has a real chance of catching up and being a frontier lab. But the reason why has historically been compute. And believe me, we will be talking about that. So make sure you stick to the end so that I can go all the way. So make sure you watch to the end on this one, because this sentence here is probably the most important piece of all of this information. Going to change the order a little bit, and we're going to start with what Anthropic's compute problem is. A lot of people seem to think the changes that Anthropic's been making recently are in order to make more money off their end users. While making money is absolutely part of their plan and what they're trying to do, it is not the reason that these changes are happening. If you saw the attempts to remove Claude Code from the Pro plan and thought, oh, they're trying to charge us more money and get a bunch of people to jump to the $100 tier, you just don't get what's going on. They don't want to sell more of any of those tiers. Their goal is explicitly to try and free up compute because they just did not buy enough GPUs. Let's see how well I rolled the timestamp for this. All of these announcements happened today at the Code with Claude conference that, for some reason, I didn't get invited to. I don't know. Invite must have been lost in the mail. As everyone knows, I'm a huge fan of Claude and Claude Code, so I'm surprised I didn't get invited. Well, let's hear what Dario had to say on stage.
So, we tried to plan very well for a world of 10x growth per year.
Okay, I need to rewind a little bit and do something to boost volume. Do I have a volume booster extension here? I don't. I might have to switch over to Helium for that. It was 0404.
Then it felt
Cool.
like every year at Anthropic. And I feel like this is the first year where like the rest of the world is kind of, is seeing it with us because we're so much in the spotlight. It applies to the internal growth of the company. It applies to our own work within the company, where for the first time we've seen the number of internal PRs inflect upwards due to the work that Claude is doing. And we've seen it externally because actually this is the first year.
Okay, 4457. Okay, we're right around where I want to be. Cool. So the part I want phase is when he talks about the 10x thought for growth that ended up being much bigger. I'll intro it now. Anthropic made some bad calculations around how much Anthropic failed to predict how much compute they were going to need this year. And that failure has made things very hard for them for serving their customers. Normally, they kind of dance around these details, but I was surprised with how candid Dario was in this conference. And I wanted to just share what he had to say.
PRs inflect upwards due to the work that Claude is doing. And we've seen it externally because actually this is the first year we've grown faster than the exponential. So, we tried to plan very well for a world of 10x growth per year. In the first quarter of this year, we saw, if you were to annualize it, 80x growth per year in revenue and usage.
Also, 80x more ins than necessary, but regardless, 80x growth is kind of insane. No one can plan for that properly. I can sympathize with them for that, but it is also worth noting OpenAI did kind of plan for this. OpenAI bought as much compute as they possibly could. Dario was admittedly quite conservative with his compute purchases and allocations. He wanted to wait and not overbuy and overcommit to buying compute and then be in a rough spot because they had more compute than they knew what to do with. It kind of seems like right now the biggest winners are the people who jumped on the realization that you need a lot of compute, so they bought as much as possible. Except for one company, because compute is only useful if there's people around to use it. And when you have 80x growth and all these enterprises who are trying to use your inference, then you need the compute. But if you don't, matters less. In fact, it actually ends up being quite expensive. Remember that fact, because we'll be going back there in a bit. But I want to talk more about what this means for us as users first. Anthropic didn't have the compute they needed, and they also have to split their compute across multiple different providers that are all entirely different from each other. For example, they're doing 5 gigawatts of compute with Amazon, which is going to be on Trainium, which is one architecture that notably isn't NVIDIA and isn't CUDA. They also have a deal with Google and Broadcom. This deal with Google and Broadcom is Google's TPUs, which notably also are not NVIDIA. They separately have a partnership with Microsoft and NVIDIA that includes $30 billion of Azure capacity, and they're helping invest in American AI infra with FluidStack too. But these three here are three entirely different types of hardware they have to run on. They even say here that they train and run Claude on a range of AI hardware: Trainium, Google TPUs, and NVIDIA GPUs. It is my personal belief that the researchers do not want to use the first two here. Ironically enough, the training isn't happening on Trainium because the researchers all want to work in CUDA. I have yet to meet an AI researcher that doesn't prefer to just use CUDA for everything. So my hypothesis for a while has been that they're trying to move as much compute as possible for inference over to Trainium and Google TPUs to free up their NVIDIA allocation so the researchers can use it. But even then, they didn't have enough, and they needed more. Do you know who does have a lot of NVIDIA compute? SpaceX. We'll go back to that soon, because the cool thing for all of us is that they are increasing the usage limits now because they are finally not as compute constrained. Remember, I've been saying this many times, the way that these subscriptions work isn't that they have a thing that they're trying to sell for an amount of money and they're trying to just get you up to that tier. It's actually the opposite. They're making these subscription tiers to get people into the platform, but the cost is not so simple to measure. It's not like traditional fixed goods where you have a certain amount of apples to sell, and if you don't sell all the apples, you lose money because actually kind of like that. Let me think of a different one. It's not like selling computers directly, where if you make 1,000 laptops and you sell 800 of them, you're losing money because you didn't sell those 200 laptops, but then you can just keep them around and slowly sell them until you get your profit in the end. Every minute your compute isn't running, you are losing money. So if you have thousands of servers, let's say you have 10,000 servers that can serve users, your peak hours, you're hitting those 10,000, but in your less peak hours, you're only using 6,000 of them. You have 4,000 compute units, however you want to measure it, that are just sitting there doing jack shit. That's money you're potentially losing. But if you have more requests coming in than you have the compute to serve, you're screwed. And a lot of the changes we've been experiencing as Claude Code users on those traditional subscription tiers isn't that they are out of computers to sell us, is that there is no compute available at certain times. That's why they did the thing where they had the peak hour reduction, where during work hours, we got less inference than we would on off hours, because again, they're just trying to use the compute they have available to them. Now they have way more compute available, so the peak hour limit reduction is gone. They also doubled the Claude Code 5-hour rate limits. Sounds awesome, and in a lot of ways it is, but there is a catch. Do I have it on here? I don't. There's two types of usage when you use Claude Code and Claude subs. You have your 5-hour limit, so that's your current session. When you send a message, it starts, and then you can only do so much inference within a 5-hour window. Separately, there's a weekly limit that resets every 7 days that is on top of your 5-hour limit. So if you are hitting the 5-hour limit a lot because you'll like code really heavily for a couple hours and then not touch Claude Code for a few days, this will help you a lot. But if you're using this multiple times a day over multiple windows every day and you were hitting the weekly limits, you're no better off than you were before. And if you're using all these fancy new parallel agents and like auto review tools that they're starting to introduce that keep these things running way longer, you're not going to benefit a lot from these changes. If you're using things in bursts and you hit the 5-hour limit all the time, awesome, you're in a good spot. But the most exciting thing for me is the bump to the API rate limits. This is for the enterprise customers. We got screwed hard with this whenever a new model came out, and they would only allocate us so much tokens per minute when the new models drop. And then T3 chat would have problems because users would be trying to use Opus, and some of these limits were egregious. Like 160,000 output tokens per minute on tier 3 might sound like a lot, but I've done individual runs that can hit the millions. Obviously, those took more than a couple minutes, but if you have 3 people doing output at the same time, hitting these limits was not very hard. But they have massively increased them, especially on the input side. On tier 1, the input token per minute limit was 30,000, which was nothing. It was like you could get cut off on one request, and often were. And the 8,000 output was also just laughable. This means you could never have more than 2 requests running at once, probably not more than 1. And the input token limit you could hit as soon as you make a request. So that being bumped is huge. Tier 2 went from 450K in to 2 mil in. Tier 3 went from 800K into 5 mil in. More than 4xing, which is crazy. And then tier 4 went from 2 mil to 10 mil, 5xing the input tokens. Very nice for those of us who are trying to host things through Anthropic. I have a lot of fun conspiracies I could dive into about this part too. I can't help myself. Let me do a few of them. Flashbang warning. It's already light mode. Forget it. Opus models can be hosted in multiple different places. As mentioned before, they work on Trainium, they work on Google TPUs, and they also can be hosted in Azure, as well as, of course, Google and Amazon servers. So this is one of the reasons that Anthropic's done so well in enterprise. It's because Anthropic has it's because Anthropic positioned themselves to be in every single cloud. So if your company is a Google Cloud company, if you guys are an Azure company, or most likely you're an AWS company, you could use Claude models within your existing setup, which was huge for them. It's a big part of why Anthropic did so well and why OpenAI was struggling, because not only was OpenAI limited to just serving on Azure and their own inference, Azure was not hosting their inference properly. After 14 months of bitching, I got them to fix it finally, but we'll talk about that in a little bit. The thing I want to showcase here that I think is really interesting is around how these different deployments are going. I spend way too much time in these charts. This is the output speed over time. This measures how fast the model runs in the different providers. And you'll notice here, Amazon is by far the fastest, regularly over 80 TPS, sometimes hitting as high as 100, when Anthropic's own official hosting is usually in the 50s. Google is a little lower, but still solid in the 50 to 70 range and meaningfully better than Anthropic and Azure. But if we turn off Amazon and Google, you might notice something here. These numbers are really close, absurdly close. I've been hearing some conspiracies that I'm starting to believe that Azure isn't actually hosting Anthropic models right now. Rather, they are piping through requests to the official Anthropic APIs. It could be that there's just another NVIDIA cluster and that they're hosting them the same way and that the inference is roughly the same speed. But I don't necessarily believe that at this point, because I've seen 2 companies hosting NVIDIA and not getting any even close to similar performance. OpenAI. This mirroring, near exact mirroring, suggests to me that these models are being piped through Anthropic on Azure right now. I do see this potentially changing in the future, but it does seem very clearly like these are mirroring each other, such that it would surprise me if they were coming from different data centers. I could be entirely wrong on this, but I wanted to bring it up because I find it really interesting, especially because both Amazon and Google have meaningfully better performance and also meaningfully better latency characteristics over time. Just thought that was an interesting thing worth calling out. I have heard others say that Amazon and Google are also piping through to Anthropic, and that is obviously wrong for a billion fucking reasons, but now you can see in this chart, yeah, obviously. So if you think that all of them are just piping through, no. If you think Azure might be piping through, potentially. So we've covered the compute problem. We've covered how this affects us. Time to talk about the exciting part here. What the fuck's going on at XAI? Trying to find like the original announcement. Oh, thank you, chat. I can lose the headphones. We're not listening to things anymore. Cool. Just a few weeks ago, this post kind of rocked my world as an early investor in Cursor. So again, account for bias here. SpaceX AI and Cursor AI are now working closely together to create the world's best coding and knowledge work AI. The combination of Cursor's leading product and distribution to expert software engineers with SpaceX's million H100 equivalent Colossus training supercomputers will allow us to build the world's most useful models. Cursor's also given SpaceX the right to acquire Cursor later this year for $60 billion or pay $10 billion for our work together. Let's talk a bit about this. There are 3 things you need to be successful in the AI space. You need research, specifically researchers, the scientists that are capable of making all of these cool things happen. You need data, both data you collect from the rest of the world, as well as data that you can manufacture and processes to create that data in order to train the models with good data. And of course, to do all of this, you need compute. Getting all of these things is difficult. And the reason OpenAI was so successful early on is they found novel solutions on the research side. They scraped and found a ton of good data. And the compute in particular was a weak point initially because they didn't have the money. That's part of why there's all of the beef going on right now with OpenAI and Elon. The reason that they had to go for profit is they had no other way to acquire the compute they needed when they started believing scaling laws. I have another thing I want to grab. Okay. So we know XAI has compute. That's been established. We'll talk about the amount in a bit. But I want to talk about the data side first. You might think that X has a ton of data because they have all of the data historically throughout all of Twitter. That data exists, and yes, they have it, but personally, having spent a lot of time on Twitter, I don't know if I would want anything that is very aware of Twitter on my team, much less in my models. It is very easy for data that seems good to cause problems. This is one of my favorite anecdotes. This info was shared by an engineer at This info was shared by a researcher at Reducto AI about the results they had before and after cleaning up their data. They had a bunch of loss spikes that just kind of vanished once they cleaned out all of the data. And the funny example somebody shared after that I thought was absolutely hilarious was this one about GPT-3 training having loss spikes because they scraped from a subreddit of microwave noises. The training batch was literally just text like, over and over again. This gets much funnier because not every company has realized how important it is to clean their data. Let me see if I can actually get this to just work. It'd be funny if I could. Like if you ask a Gemini model to make microwave noises, it thinks longer than it probably should. Oh, he's on fast. I'll switch over. Like if you ask a Gemini model to make microwave noises. Oh, not happening for me. Lame. Third time's a charm. For example, if you ask a Gemini model to make microwave noises, there's a good chance you'll hit this bad data and it will just loop infinitely until it runs out of output tokens. I've experienced a lot of weird things like this with Gemini. I wasn't able to reproduce this right now, but yeah, it is what it is. Good, reliable data is harder to get than you would think, and that data is not something that XAI has. They have Twitter, but Twitter is not the source you want for doing the complex problems that we all want our AI models to be capable of. And since XAI got in a little late, they couldn't scrape the web for all the data because that's not really viable anymore. And besides that, most of the major labs are moving away from data they scraped and towards data they are creating, buying, manufacturing, labeling, doing all these things for themselves. There's even a whole bespoke sub-industry of companies that are generating human data, labeling it, and then selling it to the labs. There are companies who have engineers building full products, never with any intent to ship the product, just to ship their history building the product so the models can train against that. One of the best examples of how to do this, to be really simple, I'm sure we've all back in the day had the chat thread that looked something like, I want to build this feature. Start by building part 1. And the model replies, okay, I'll build part 1. This will require, okay, done. What now? And then the user will reply something like, part 2 is to build some other thing. Do that by XYZ. And the model responds, okay, I'll build part 2. Okay, done. What now? Etc. We've all had an experience like this with AI chat, right? Where we use something in Cursor or another similar tool. We ask it to start building a thing. It does a part. We ask it to do the next thing. It does it. We ask it to do the next thing, etc. Like, I'm not crazy. We've all done this back in the day using agents to code. Once the chat appeared in our editors, we all did stuff like this. So now we have these runs. We probably have millions of these across all the developers using all these different tools, whether it's Cursor or Claude Code or whatever else. If you're building in this way, where you have a thread, where you ask it to do a thing, it does the first part, you ask it to do the next part, does that, and you do that over and over, and maybe you make corrections too. Maybe you say here instead, you actually missed something from part 2, and then the model responds, and the model responds, oh yeah, my bad. I'll fix that now by yada yada. We've all had this type of experience writing code with models. You could take this history and feed it back in during training, but the behavior is not going to be any better. You're just reinforcing the behavior on this existing history. Do you know how we could make this better? Let's do one small change first. I'm going to break out this start by building part 1 as its own separate message. So we have, I want to build this feature. Imagine you describe the feature, and then it says start by building part 1. So you separate those, and now we're going to make a couple more changes to this history. Okay, so I'll have it. We're going to do next, because remember, we're trying to make the model behave the way that this history shows. We want a really good history to use for reinforcement learning so that we can make the model behave how we want it to. So ready for this really complex trick? We're going to take all of these user messages after the initial request, and we're going to move them to the left. Oh, that looks familiar. That looks like the one-shots that we all do now instead. If you take good histories where people built the thing they wanted to, and it worked, take all of the follow-up user messages, shift them to the left, train on it. We gave the data that we generated the data the labs need. By having the back and forth with the model, we gave the data on what it was doing wrong to the labs, and now they can use that to make the model smarter by taking our follow-ups, moving them over, and now the model can just be trained on this. And you've all seen this if you read we've all seen this if you read the reasoning traces and the actual things the model does, where it breaks the thing down into steps. It does the first step, it notices something wrong, it fixes it, all without user interaction. All of that is just the things we did before being used for RL. And now we talk about why this matters here. The data Twitter has is the back and forths we have with each other on Twitter as people. That's not useful for these cases. Do you know what source of data is incredibly useful for this? I'll give you a hint. I don't open it a lot anymore. Cursor has the greatest corpus of this data imaginable. Because every generation of model that we used in Cursor got all of our back and forths in the chat. It has all of this information. It has all of this data. It has everything it needs to be trained better. And that's why Composer 2 is so much better than Kimi at coding stuff, even though it's based on Kimi. It's because when you take a model that is pretty smart and you run it through these loops for fucking ever, it gets way more reliable at these long-term tasks. So we've established XAI has the compute, but they don't have the data, and they may or may not have the researchers. A lot of the people they had left, so it's hard to say for certain at this point, but they very well could. Hard to know for sure. They only had the compute for sure, though. What about Cursor? Cursor doesn't have like traditional frontier lab research. Like they're not pre-training models themselves right now. Could see that changing. They do have the data. I would argue Cursor has the best data of any lab because the other labs like Anthropic only have data for Claude runs. Labs like OpenAI only have data for GPT runs. Cursor has runs for everything. Apparently, Cursor announced they're working on their own pre-training. That's really cool to know. Thank you, Sokray. Yeah. So Cursor wants to do their own pre-training. They're investing more and more heavily into research. They have a shitload of data. A truly absurd level of data. But they never had the compute. And that's why this announcement was very interesting and, in my opinion, made a lot of sense. SpaceX and XAI do not have the data they need to train a model to code. They could scrape GitHub, but scraping GitHub just shows you good code that you would throw in pre-training. It doesn't show you how the model should behave to write that code. Gemini models have the same problem here, by the way. If you were wondering why they subsidized using Opus so hard inside of anti-gravity, it was this. They wanted to get the same data. The data for how the models behave in a thread is so valuable. And SpaceX does not have that for code. Cursor has all of that data for code. SpaceX announced this, or SpaceX, or I would argue that the $10 billion fee here is just for the data. SpaceX could choose to not buy Cursor at the end of this year. And if they choose to not, they're effectively paying $10 billion for the data that they are getting out of Cursor. But if the research at Cursor and the continual development of the product at Cursor stays valuable to SpaceX, they will acquire Cursor for $60 billion. Another thing of note is that these numbers are so close that I can't fathom why SpaceX would let them go. The reason that these terms were inked is because there is two cases. Either Cursor is only valuable because of the data they have, and that Space is willing to pay $10 billion for that, or Cursor is valuable beyond that, in which case SpaceX is willing to pay $60 billion for the whole company for their value outside of the data. So there's either $10 billion to take their data or $60 billion to take everything. That's the way to think of this deal. But remember this from earlier? XAI staff being banned from using Anthropic models internally on Cursor because Anthropic doesn't want XAI to have the data for runs inside of Cursor using Anthropic models. Because if Cursor can be, or because if XAI can use Anthropic through Cursor, they can start building their own corpus of this data and then use that to try and make XAI better. This was a potential actual way for them to make user. This is an actual way they could have potentially made Grok better at code simply by generating the data using Cursor on Anthropic models. And Anthropic is so sensitive to their competitors having this data that they will do whatever the fuck they have to prevent those competitors from getting it, including meaningful harm to their long-term, long-standing relationship with Cursor. They've always been very close. Them going to Cursor, telling them to ban XAI is an unprecedented move, especially at that point in time. I think this was the genesis moment that resulted in the SpaceX Cursor announcement. This was Elon letting Anthropic know, hey guys, you're not going to keep us from getting that data. We are going to get all of those chat histories that people have using Anthropic models inside of a better harness. And we're going to make models that compete with yours by doing it. Fuck you, Anthropic. But this is a process that's going to take a long time. And XAI has a shitload of compute around right now. It's one of the other reasons that Cursor was excited to work with them. I am sure when this deal went through, Anthropic was fucking pissed. Anthropic was probably ready to just commit violent acts as a result of this because they will always do whatever they can to prevent the data that is generated with their models from getting to other competitors. They have done so many dirty things in the past, whether it is the horrible article they wrote about the Chinese distillation attacks, or their banning of SpaceX, or their banning of windsurf back in the day when they thought OpenAI might buy them. All of these things were really, really dirty plays that Anthropic did because they were willing to play dirty as long as they got what they wanted, which is the data not getting to their competitors. Elon said, hold my beer. This almost certainly started some heated discussions between both parties. But that's where we go back to our 3 things you need to succeed chart. XAI has compute. They just acquired the data. They're a few good researchers away from being very competitive. Anthropic has the researchers. That's what they have. That is where they are strongest by far. I will never, ever talk shit on research at Anthropic beyond their hatred of devs, because the research teams at Anthropic are unbelievably talented and skilled, some of the best in the fucking world. As good, if not better, than OpenAI's. Anthropic has world-leading research. Despite the shit show that product is at Anthropic, tools like Claude Code are absolutely getting them more data they can use, and I am nigh certain that the improvements they've seen on Opus 4.6 and 4.7 are just taking the runs from 4.5, modifying them a bit, and then using that to make the new models better via RL. But the thing Anthropic's lacking is the third one, compute. So if we make this a puzzle, So we make this a chart. We have xAI, Anthropic, Cursor, and OpenAI. xAI didn't have research or data, but they did have compute. Anthropic has research and data, no compute. Cursor kind of has research, not the same level, so I'll give them an X. They absolutely have the data. They do not have the compute. OpenAI is the only company with all three. Does everything suddenly make sense? xAI had holes to fill. They needed to patch their research hole and their data hole. Anthropic had holes to patch too. They need to patch their compute hole. Cursor needs to figure out how they survive this next generation. OpenAI is what they're all fearing. And the fact that Anthropic is willing to link up with one of their old enemies, xAI, shows just how desperate they are to prevent OpenAI from coming in and slaughtering. There are two things that are making OpenAI much scarier to Anthropic right now. The first is that Codex is exploding. It's getting significantly easier for OpenAI it's getting significantly better to use OpenAI models for code tasks, which Anthropic has historically dominated. But the other big thing is that OpenAI now runs on AWS. Not just yet, but very soon, OpenAI will have AWS support. They didn't before. Anthropic had a huge lead because if you were on AWS, and everyone's on AWS, you could use Anthropic models in Bedrock and you couldn't use OpenAI ones. Now that that has changed, Anthropic's biggest wedge is dead. And the code capabilities wedge is getting closed fast. So Anthropic is making this kind of crazy bet that their desperation for compute being temporarily... So Anthropic's making a pretty crazy bet here that their current desperation from compute being temporarily resolved by xAI is worth the risk in the optics of this partnership. But I still haven't talked about that last sentence. This is again from Elon. I was okay leasing Colossus 1 to Anthropic, as SpaceX AI has already moved training to Colossus 2. You need compute for two things. You need compute for training, but you also need compute for serving requests from users. When users are using the models from your company, you need GPUs or TPUs or something to serve those requests. Colossus 1 is a pretty sizable deployment. According to Epoch, Colossus 1 was around 442 megawatts of power, around 280,000 H100s. Truly insane amount of GPUs. Colossus 2 is still being produced. It's not ready yet. It has 1.5 gigawatts, so 1,500 megawatts of power, and 1.4 million H100 equivalents. That is a 3x in power from 425 megawatts to 1,500 megawatts. And it is also a massive increase in the number of GPUs. It is a 5x to 1.5 mil of them, roughly. But there's a very specific phrasing in here that I think is worth noting. SpaceX has already moved training to Colossus 2. Not inference, training. What that implies, if you were to drop the Anthropic part and just focus on SpaceX moving training to Colossus 2, what that would imply is that they're running their inference for Grok on Colossus 1. So that's 442 megawatts allocated for Grok. I don't think Grok needs that much inference because I don't know a lot of people using Grok outside of adding it on Twitter. It's just not a good option right now. They very briefly had a benchmark lead when Grok 4 came out, but they lost it fast and have never been usable enough to be the default for anybody. So they have 442 megawatts of compute. They're obviously giving some of that over to Cursor. I'm assuming more of that's going to be Colossus 2 for training. So of the 442 megawatts on Colossus 1, how much do you think they gave to Anthropic? Because remember, they have to keep some around for their own inference. Let's hear some guesses, chat. What percentage or what number? You're thinking they gave away 20%, maybe 40%? Reasonable guesses. 250 megawatts, 60%, 70%. Let's look at the official number, because they were actually, for some reason, kind enough to share this. This gives us access to more than 300 megawatts of new capacity, over 220,000 NVIDIA GPUs within the month. That is pretty much all of Colossus 1. That's 300 out of the 425 megawatts and 220 out of the 280 GPUs. That means that XAI only needs about 100 megawatts or so for Grok inference right now, which is very amusing. They effectively had this giant data center with a bunch of H100s that was meant to serve Grok. That was not getting used because nobody needs Grok, and Elon had already invested so heavily in the next generation data center, Colossus 2, which cost $44 billion to build, by the way. I just thought it was amusing that this data center is effectively unused, not because they have Colossus 2, simply because they don't do any inference because nobody's using Grok. They did specify the agreement means they will be able to use all of the compute capacity at Colossus 1, but they said in the article that it was all of the compute within the month, which specifically means that they are going to move whatever little inference they're still doing for Grok off into Colossus 2, which allegedly will be fully online by May 13th. Hard to know for sure. These deadlines always get shifted around. I just found it amusing that they're doing so little inference that this barely matters to them. If you take anything from this video, not what I did. Yeah. If you take anything from this video, it should probably be this chart. This lays out why these things are happening. The reason XAI wants to buy Cursor is to plug a data gap. The reason Anthropic wants to work with XAI is to plug a compute gap. The reason OpenAI is ignoring all of this is because they planned ahead slightly better. And the reason Google is not in this chart is because despite having all of these things, they can't stop shitting themselves long enough to make something useful. And in a future where Anthropic spins up way more compute over the next few years here, apparently up to a gigawatt of additional Trainium on Amazon and apparently a gigawatt of Trainium on Amazon by the end of this year and up to 5 overall over time. A similar agreement with Google and Broadcom for Bedrock, $30 billion on Azure, and way more investment in American AI infra. All of this suggests that they are going to finally get ahead on compute. But as we've established many times now, compute is a thing that takes a long lead to do. You can't just say, I want this compute now and get it. You can only get it from people who bought it 2 years ago. Or you can make a buy order for compute 2+ years from now. So Elon buying early and failing to serve So Elon buying early and having no users to serve means he has extra compute to sell. Anthropic buying too little and having 80x the users they expected means they have no compute available. Match made in heaven. As long as you ignore Elon's genuine hatred for Anthropic that he is willing to ignore almost entirely for enough billions of dollars. I think this is all absurd. The willingness of all of these people to set aside their morals to get compute shows just how desperate they all are to make their investments worthwhile. And let's be real, a significant portion of this is influenced by the fact that Elon hates OpenAI so deeply that he's willing to work with Anthropic just to try and plug these gaps to make anybody as successful as OpenAI is. And when you remember that these two companies detest OpenAI, it makes all the sense in the world they could ignore their hatred of each other in order to compete with OpenAI more directly. The enemy of my enemy has compute, and I'm going to take advantage of it. I got nothing else to say here. Hope this is a fun deep dive on the absolute chaos between all of these labs. I think it's really fun once you're in the weeds seeing what money and what allocations are going where. It makes a lot of sense when you track the GPUs. Hope this was fun. Until next time, peace, nerds. I think that was a fun one. Oh shit, NCE with the 10 bomb. Appreciate that a ton. Yeah, I somehow accidentally became one of the few good resources in the dev space about the business side for these labs. I don't know how it happened, but it did. And it's a little annoying. There are surprisingly few good resources for all of this information. High quality data nobody else has is the new fucking gold. Yep. The data and the compute. Flashbang, what do you got for Polymarket for me? No. No, not the space data centers. What's funny about the data augmentation stuff is I kind of just inferred that was happening, and I talked to researchers about it, and they're like, yeah, that's mostly right. Beautiful. I need to see that reply. Let me go take a look at that. So this is particularly funny because I have had so many people, current and ex-employees from the labs, hitting me up, telling me how impressed they were with my coverage in this particular video that I got almost everything right. It's very amusing. There are a lot of people who are mad at me, not because I'm spreading misinformation, but because I'm correct. And I shouldn't be, because I'm a software dev influencer. I'm not a real researcher or business person, even though I've invested in more companies than they make dollars. It's just very entertaining to me. This is actually quite funny. We have somebody who's going to start helping with this, Rexia. But yeah, DM me. I'm down to chat if you have clips that you're already making or are interested. We can maybe figure things out. But like, the best way to try and convince me is to just make a tweet with a good clip from the podcast that you made yourself. I will probably see it, and if I don't, the team will. If you post good clips from my podcast, we will see it, and we might end up hiring you. So yeah. Interesting. I've vaguely heard about this, but cool to see it really happening. This I'll read off stream. This looks fun. Yeah, Chrome is now including the local AI model if you have like enough Wi-Fi and storage. I think it's cool. I've not tried the impeccable skill. I plan to. I have it in my list of things to do. Oh, you're at a lab that loves AMD for research. Interesting. I'll play with that later. How am I going to defend I'm not a researcher when the Stitchbench 2 paper is out and I'm a co-author? That's a fair point. Love that. It'll be very fun when that happens. I need to put more time in that. I'm sorry I've been delaying so much, but I've been in fucking utter chaos constantly now for a while. Let's thank the people I missed while we were filming. We got T-Vares here with the 10 months, Not Tomb with 38 months, AJ here with the 3-month, Money Ballin with the 2. Thank you for the Prime. Jacob Evans, always good to see you, man. 40 months. You've been around a lot longer than that, though. Max Fan, subbing for 3 months, saying hi to the legends, especially FaZe. Appreciate that. NCE here with the 10 bomb. Thank you a ton. This is where the paper hasn't even been written yet. We got time to put in. I have extra time to put in there, too. I got a couple super chats while recording. Thank you. I would have eventually noticed. Do not forget a lot of time in labs for reasoning, etc. We'll have some deterministic end result for code. Could be unit tests and keep generating text until it passes. Automatic reasoning generation. Yep, absolutely. Cursor did a bit of extra pre-training on Composer, likely with the charts or these chats as you mentioned. Then these are all to steer in a direction they want. That also makes a lot of sense. Very good info, Matthew. Thank you for that. For paying me. Thank you for paying me to make me more informed. That's a really good deal. Very excited to see what you've cooked, Sokray. I'll catch up soon, I promise. Thank you, Segfault, for the 3 months of Prime. I don't get the shares. The bun investment I made was as an A16Z scout. So I have no say over how that deal goes at all. It is my understanding that most of the investors with the Anthropic deal just got cash. When they invested in Bun and then Bun got acquired, Anthropic didn't want to take on new investors and new equity from that. So they chose to just pay cash out for a lot of the investors. So technically, I am pretty sure that the investment I did has already converted to cash, and I will have no insight on that at all until probably next year when they start paying out from that fund. So I have no idea at all. That money's in a black box that isn't mine until eventually maybe I get something back for it. It's one of the many reasons why I don't do angel checks through Scouts anymore. I don't use Scout funds. I only invest if I have my own money to do it, and I do it with my own money because I like to not waste founder time and also be in the loop on these deals. So with Cursor, for example, I have 2 investments in Cursor. The first was at a lower valuation early on in their career, early on in the company history, as an A16Z Scout. The second one was one of my first ever personal checks. I wrote a check to Supermaven because I was so confident in Jacob. He blew me away. Not this Jacob. I love this Jacob too. But Jacob at Supermaven blew me away. Was certain he was going to make a lot of money. So I wrote him a pretty sizable personal check for me, especially at the time. That went really well. He got acquired by Cursor. And I think half, it might have been a third of that investment converted to equity and the rest was cash. So I got actual Cursor equity that is under my name for that. The other Cursor investment I did was as a scout for A16. So that one is under A16, not me. I just get a take home from it when it becomes cash someday. But the investment I made in Supermaven converted, and that one is mine. So that one I can get more info as a result of. So I am a traditional investor in them through that. But also, as an A16Z scout, got to check in earlier. So okay, this is kind of calculated. I am very aware that Cursor's research is incredible simply because I know Jacob can do that. And I know the people he's been hiring and the strategy that he's going for. But I'm also an investor. And if I come out here and say in a video that I personally believe like Cursor is a frontier lab now, I'm going to get so much shit. Oh, of course Theo thinks that he's an investor. He's just lying to us so that his investment can make more money. No. That's the fact. Disclosing that I'm an investor makes it worse, not better. The problem is the people who think my takes aren't real because of the investments I've made, they're already 80 IQ. So their brain can't process the fact that I'm an investor unless I tell them. So the fact that I'm transparent about that and I mention it means their very small brains fall out of their ears and really stupid shit comes out of their mouths as a result. Not only would I be more critical, to go a step further, the reason I'm investing is the same reason I'm talking about it. People seem to get the order of events wrong. They think I only talk about things because I'm investing in them. They don't realize that I'm only investing in things because they're interesting to me, and I talk about the things that are interesting to me. It's very easy to follow the flow there. Like, I invest in the things I'm interested in. I talk about the things I'm interested in. I invest in the things I know about, and I talk about the things I know about. I saw some people in YouTube chat when I filmed the Theo versus Prime, like, what's going on in inference and compute video. There were some people in YouTube chat insisting that the reason I disagree with Prime isn't because I have more info than him. It's because I am biased because I own an AI company and I'm in the AI space. So I'm going to come out and disagree with people talking shit always because I just want to make more money. No, I know a lot about these things because I like them. I talk about them because I know about them and like them. And I invest in them and build them because I know about them and like them. Somebody who exclusively cooks steak probably knows more about steak than another chef. That doesn't mean he is biased and part of the pro steak agenda. Just means the dude really fucking likes steak. Like, come on. Yeah. Oh, this is a good way of putting it. It's a projection. That's what they do themselves, so they assume everyone else does. Yeah. A lot of these people force the thing they care about into conversation and only do it because they're hoping to make money off the thing. Like, I know people who don't use cloud compute that will glaze Azure all day because they work there, not knowing anything about how it I got a fun one. I won't name names, but I was talking to a potential sponsor 2 days ago. Actually, I think it was yesterday. Yeah. I was talking to a potential sponsor yesterday for another one of those absurd deals, like life-changing money deals. And they were building a lovable for real businesses thing where any company could have a chat experience where a product manager could make changes to the product. And the thing they were really excited about is that they weren't background agents. Instead of being another background agent thing, they would let you import your existing project into their ecosystem and environment and use it with like a preview web view with an agent on the side for a starting price of $200 a month per person. And I was like, oh, that's cool for web stuff, I guess. But everything that both Cursor and Devin are doing not only can do what you're showing me, it also provides a full Linux desktop experience so that I can like run my Electron desktop app or run or run like a virtual Android app to do testing beyond just a website. To which the founder very confidently responded, no, Cursor just has background agents and the editor. Not everybody wants to use an editor, and firing off requests in Slack isn't enough. We built a view so that you can see the changes as they're happening. And I was just like, you haven't used any of these competing products, have you? Because the two competitors that you're claiming you crushed you 4 months ago. The product you're building only made sense a year ago. And your head is so far up your own product's ass that you haven't looked at what your competition's done since. You're 10% better than they were a year ago. You're a generation behind where they are now. I cannot in good faith take this sponsorship opportunity because I would not feel good trying to sell my audience on a product that is the equivalent of the two that they've already heard about, but way worse and more expensive. It was a net negative in literally every single way. There was no reason to use their product instead of what Cursor and Devin have made. And I will not put products in front of you guys as a sponsor unless I would actually honestly recommend it to somebody at lunch or dinner. That is how I think about my sponsorships. Could I see myself telling someone at lunch that this product could actually solve their problem and might be worth checking out? If yes, I'll probably take the deal. If no, they can fuck off. And that means I have turned down life-changing money multiple times now because I would not have felt good telling you guys about the product. I haven't talked about the Coinbase stuff at all. I saw other things I wanted to address. I saw somebody ask if I'm an investor in Convex. Yes. I wish I was earlier. I could have invested in them 5 years ago almost, but I didn't like the product or the team. So I didn't. And then years later, I got really into it, and I begged them to let me into their next round way after I started talking to you guys about it. But like I started shilling Cursor, or I started shilling Convex really hard way before I became an investor. Do I regret not investing in them? Yeah, in the sense that like if I did, I'd have more money. But I don't in the sense that like it makes the story much more compelling that I didn't believe in them. And then I got to know them better, and then the product got better, and they got really good at convincing me to try it. They got all the people around me to use it, and then I tried it, and once I had a taste, it's like, oh, yep, that's all I want now. What else did you say to check? Oh, you want connections to other researchers? I have a couple people. Remind me next week. I'm still in chaos until like Tuesday. I'm pumped people are liking Nerd Snipe so much. I'm very happy with it. There was nothing else like it, which is why I did it. Yeah, I'm just pumped that the podcast is doing so well. Did not expect it to blow up as quickly and as effectively as it has. Happy you guys are getting a lot out of me nerding out about all these things. I don't have access to subquadratic, and none of the numbers make sense. I'm not that interested in talking about a thing I can't like know more about yet. Once I'm in and can really test it and push it, I'm more interested. Mario is a great person to talk about with harness stuff. That's huge. I know how Neon and Clavicular do their clipping. That works when your content has broad appeal. Our content is explicitly only useful for software developers. The podcast is not something that, like, most people could get a laugh out of Clavicular embarrassing himself. A very small percentage of people benefit from clips from our stuff. I know all about the current clip meta. I've talked with Devin Nash about it a bunch. I get it. It is not what we need to do. There are things we can learn from it, but I don't need a network of clippers that don't understand tech making shitty videos and spamming the internet with them. I need like the 3 funniest moments from one of my episodes to be clipped properly by people like Maria who understand what the funny parts are. And if there isn't a funny enough one, she can make her own with an edit. Like, that is what we need. The Uncle Bob Bathrow rants have been really good lately. The last episode was really funny. You're figuring it out decently well, Maria. What was the other thing I wanted to respond to? Oh, yeah, somebody asked about my investments. Maybe doing a video on it. Problem there. There are over 200 of them. Vast majority are YC companies, most of which are very early. There's nothing to talk about for them yet. And there's over 200 of them. I regularly forget which companies are the ones I did and didn't invest in, especially when they rebrand and pivot and do all these other things. It's a lot of companies. And there's not much to say about it yet. When they start doing better, like, it'll be really fun to talk about my investments in 5 years. But right now, it's just not. Oh, don't. I was trying to avoid this one. I am upset with the Pair AI team. They are possibly my investment that have, like, done the most, like, calls and steering efforts with the founders of and felt the most burnt by. They are pivoting into, like, I pivoted out of live tools because it was obvious that live video tooling for content creators on Twitch was a very, very small bucket that had very small amounts of money in it. But I was competing with Zoom through the lens of a Twitch streamer. So I was going after a gigantic business with Ping by focusing in on a small subset with the potential to grow it further in the future. They aren't trying to compete with a multi-billion-dollar business like Zoom. They're trying to compete with a business that does like 50 grand a year. IRL Toolkit is not a company that you should try and compete with. IRL Toolkit is a company that is building necessary infrastructure for live streamers to do IRL streams with reliable backups with OBS in the cloud. They make jack shit for money. They're doing it for the love of the game. Trying to do a VC-backed alternative, hoping to scale to billions of dollars in revenue, by shitting on a side project by 3 hardworking devs that just care a lot about Twitch pissed me off. And I have told them very directly, what they're doing isn't just stupid, it is dirty and harmful, and they should do literally anything else. And then they took Code Frying Pan's Twitter account from him and rebranded it as this new streaming product that nobody needs, and then started talking shit on my friends in the streaming space to try and get customers. And then my friends went to the profile like, who the fuck is this? And saw I was following them and hit me up like, why the fuck are you following this? And I went and checked the DMs and realized, oh, these are my DMs with Code Frying Pan. What the fuck happened? So, despite defending Pair AI in the past, I will not defend them now. What they've done is dirty. I do not trust them. You can't really retract an investment, but I would consider doing a refund if they were up for it at this point. I'm just not happy with how they are choosing to run their company. And I will publicly talk shit because they have publicly harmed my reputation. It is what it is. It's one of the few investments I have made that has hurt my reputation directly. One of very few. I'd say the only one, actually. The VS Code Fork people also are my best investment ever with Cursor, so that part's not the problem. The problem is that one of the 2 founders left, and the original founder wasn't technical enough to do things right, so he leaned into the creator world, but there is no money to do things in the creator world. I don't think my Cluely stuff has hurt my reputation. Roy just looks up to me a lot, and I'm doing my best to steer him in a reasonable direction. He's kind of just growing up publicly, which sucks. Having a lot of eyes on you as you are like getting into your 20s and becoming an adult, especially an adult that is responsible for other people, is rough. And I think a lot of the shit that poor Roy is getting is because he got put into a crazy position very young, didn't have any idea how to navigate it yet, and made what I consider to be entirely reasonable mistakes throughout. They were cringe, but he has drive, and I invest based on drive, mostly. If I see these people, it's how long do I think until they give up? How long can they deal with bullshit before they quit and resign? If I think they'll run it out forever, I'm probably willing to throw a check in. And he is without question going to run as far as he possibly can. And to the question of pulling out from a safe, what does that give me? The point of a safe is that the balance of a safe that makes it so powerful, if you're not familiar, it's secured against future equity, or a simple agreement for future equity. It's an agreement type that is used a lot in early stage investing. The point of a safe is to reduce the legal workload and the immediate risk for the investor without having to do a bunch of upfront bullshit like you normally have to do. Traditional investments in companies give you shares. Like I spend money on Apple stock, I now have shares of Apple stock. When I invest in an early stage company, we don't know how many shares they have, much less how much money they're fucking worth. So when I invest in an early stage company, I'm not getting shares because there's no shares to be had. The only people who have any actual shares of my company right now, of Ping Labs, T3 Tools Incorporated, the company that does Ping, Upload Thing, T3 Chat, T3 Code, all that, there's only 4 people, I guess 5 technically, that have equity. 2 past employees, Mark, Julius, and me. No one else owns any shares of T3. Once we do a Series A and we issue stock to sell to investors, we will also be expected to make more stock that we give to our existing investors. They all have an IOU for a percentage conversion in the future. The point of a safe is that it's future equity. So if I invest, let's say I invest $100,000 on a 1 mil cap safe, I will get minimum 10% of that company at the next round. So when the company raises money again in the future, if they raise at a 10 mil val, my 100K becomes 10%, which is a mil. So I've 10x my money. If they 10x, I 10x. But if they stay the same, I get the same percent. If they go down, I get a higher percent. If I invest 100K at a mil cap on a safe and they sell for 500K instead of a mil, maybe the company fails and they do a really bad buyout option, I get more stock instead. So I get, the point of a safe is that I get a guarantee of at least the amount of money I'm putting in at the next round. It is deferring the conversion until a more traditional financial event occurs, at which point my investment becomes either the amount of money it was worth or the percent it was worth, whichever is higher. And that's a really good deal for me as an investor because I don't have to do any due diligence or bullshit. I'm guaranteed one of those two outcomes if anything good happens. And if it fails, the money's just gone. And that's the catch. The catch for the investor with a safe is that you don't own anything. It's an IOU for a future thing. So you can't get the money back. You can't do anything once it's invested. It's just kind of sitting there until one of these events occurs, at which point you have to sign some shit and then you're issued stock. But of the 200 something companies I've invested in, I have actual stock in like 6 of them because the rest haven't done their Series A and haven't converted my safe into real equity yet. Hopefully that answers the question. I know that's not what people are actually here for, but more you'll need to know these things. How do I keep track of all these investments? Very poorly in a Notion document. I'm not sure about a Series A. I'll be transparent about this. I have no reason not to be. T3 is profitable. The T3 business side with T3 tools, so T3 code, chat, all that, mostly thanks to T3 chat, it is profitable. The reason you raise money is so you can spend more than you're making. If I wanted to hire up and go way harder, I could raise money and then hire more people and go harder with it. But I don't necessarily want to do that yet. I want to scale my other things as just as much. I think all of them complement each other well. Having the T3 tools business where we make real product that's good and sell it. Having the T3 content business, which is a separate entity where I can talk about all these things. I can get the best engineers in the world to use my tools and potentially work for us. That combo is really powerful. And right now it feels like a genesis moment for the latter, where I can establish myself as one of the only reliable news sources as all media goes to slop. That should stay our focus. And I think that benefits us long term in a lot of ways. So I am confident, not that I could find another Julius or a Mark, but I could find 5 people where any combination of the 2 of them is roughly as productive as a Julius or a Mark. But that requires overhead. And I don't have the bandwidth to employ more people right now. I don't have the bandwidth to reply to my DMs right now. I was briefly considering hiring Jacob. Yeah, it is clear where we are burning right now, like where the things that need more manpower are. But only 1 or 2 of those is on that side. Somebody managing my finances. I have 3 calls with potential financial managers over the next 4 days, funny enough. I do have a finance team. They are much more focused on the creator side of things. They don't know how to deal with the investment side of things as much, and they recommended I hunt for somebody more familiar with that side. So I have started. Yeah, like, and again, Bot Cooper's entirely correct here. I'm the bottleneck. In T3 contents, margins are way too good for me to ever want to raise money for it. Again, like, you raise money when you need money. I don't need money for either of those businesses right now. I need time. If raising money could somehow give me more time, I would do it. But raising money is trading time for money. The act of raising is trading time and equity for cash now. You're getting money now in order to, or you're giving up some percentage of your company and a shitload of time in order to have money that you could have gotten later now in hopes that you can get more money faster as a result. It makes a shitload of sense if you want to scale up because you're confident if you had more engineering and more throughput and more cash that would enable you to be more successful and make more money later. Not a thing that makes sense for us. There isn't a one I love doing more. They both feed into each other. If I'm not running a company and coding every day, my videos become shit. And if I'm not using my content strategies to rant about things constantly because I have a lot of thoughts about this shit, I need to get it out of me, but also to steer people towards our product, then the product gets worse and my team hates me because I'm ranting all the time. So I need this for both so I need content for both distribution and to just get the rants out. And I need the business to give me things to rant about. I need both. To be real right now, the thing I am the most likely to raise money for in the next few years is a fund so that I can invest more money in other things. Why hasn't anyone done peer-to-peer accelerated streaming? There have been a shitload of people who have done peer-to-peer accelerated streaming. Like a shitload of them. It sucks. It is a massive hit on reliability. It's a massive hit on latency. It is not really technically viable because most people's upload speeds are shit in comparison to their download speeds. It is very common for people in the US to have a 200 meg down, 5 megabyte up connection. I'm doing 8 meg up per stream for the 3 streams I'm running right now on just my OBS for just this. Peer-to-peer video out makes no sense at all. Caffeine tried this. Daily Co. still kind of does this. There's a bunch of video platforms that are doing peer-to-peer. Not gonna happen. It just doesn't make sense. Let's figure out what we're ranting about next. I need to do more videos. We did not do enough last week. I should spin up more of my co-piloting quick. I don't know why this is so broken. This is very promising. Okay, and we don't leak things when I switch over here. Okay, cool. Here we are. Not bad. Not what I was trying to do. That is actually quite annoying. Move this tab back. And cool. Okay, I think I have everything I need for this. That's fine. I need to try more things with memory and markdown first. And I got mentioned, oh boy. Oh. Oh, that's so good. I'm mentioning T3 chat less because it's less the product frontier I'm interested in competing on. And like everybody in my audience is either converted or hasn't, and people are annoyed. I should bring up the Canvas stuff more. I really think it is great. Everybody on my team uses it now for media stuff, and it is just so much better than all the alternative options. Like, it is so useful for graphics, everything. Like, I think this is the best part of the product right now. But talking about media gen pisses people off a lot. So walking lines carefully with T3 chat. Once our T3 chat competition happened, was successful, all the winners have been paid out and are on the homepage. Or not the homepage of the Clonathon. They're on the like results page. Yeah, I think the T3 mobile app coming soon-ish. We have just been so underwater. We have a pretty far along version that needs a little more work. I just haven't had the time or resources to do it. Let me thank all the subs that I missed while we were doing all this, and then do the next video. I think I'm going to do the Copilot one. Thank you to the Segfault for your 3 months of support. Appreciate that immensely. Thank you, Gerald, for the Prime. VBits wrote an AI gateway as a one-off for International Challenge Infra. I've been loving it. That's really cool to hear. Thanks for the 8 months. Just Ricky here with the tier 1. Benji Mac with the 10 months. It is Apache with 7 months. Samil, hopefully I got that right. Been following for a year while self-studying software dev. Streams have been super fun to tune into when you have a chance. Pumped you're liking it. Thank you, man. Spitfire here with the 8 months of support. Wabo with the giant cheer. Thank you so much. I always appreciate the support, man. And then Doc, the legend, tier 3 for 37 months. Damn. Living in the Bay has been a great experience so far. Awesome to have you here, man. Congrats on making it out. I'm not going back to the blonde. What tier are you using it in, Sign? Because like the $8 tier is the $8 tier. You can only do so much image gen for $8. The $50 tier, I've not even come close to hitting the limits on. There are a few things I pay less attention to than the Peter Thiel cohorts. Just I don't care. Not my thing. Okay, did I miss any super chats? Don't think so. I did not. Cool. I say overall, my take is still roughly this, Zach, that the music and video gen specifically, people are very rough and aren't good faith players in the media world. Image has historically been less bad, but still has a lot of harm that is worth considering. Video and music, the people who are pushing those things suck. The next time somebody fucking pulls me aside in an event to try and get me to use their shitty AI video editor, because they are convinced that the only reason they're not famous is because video editing is too hard. So they're going to make a new video editing tool that's easy for everyone to use with AI. And all it does is trims the silence and makes you talk like a fucking robot. Like, Descript already exists and it sucks. The problem isn't like it's... Imagine that we concluded the reason that there aren't more developers is because it's too hard to write Jira tickets. So we're going to make a tool that makes it really easy to write a good Jira ticket. We would just laugh at them. Video editing is not the hard part of fucking video. It's making good videos. And I get at least one of these at every single event I go to, where they try to convince me that I should be editing my videos with AI and that there will be way more people doing video if you could only just use AI to do the editing. Copilot Kit's a recent sponsor. We're hoping to have some ads out with them very soon. Yep. Being on camera and making compelling content especially is significantly harder than editing video. My other hot take is that the main reason people hate editing video is they hate listening to themselves talk. And for some reason, they think it's okay to make all of us listen to them instead. The best AI video editor is Adderall and Final Cut. You understand. Can I do 2 words, Maria, for the EU customers in T3 chat? Because if so, it's Mark's problem. And what would Mark say to that? Please no. Yeah. So, Chris, what I would say back is that video is a medium that demands a lot more from the viewer than other mediums that we assist with. Like, again, the main reason people want AI video editing is because they don't like listening to themselves talk that much in the process of editing a video. You are choosing to never make good videos the moment you offload video editing without learning it yourself. The problem is that if I'm not the target market for the editor, there is no target market for the output of the video. Like, there isn't this demand for 10x more creators of video. There is a demand for 10x more software. There isn't a demand for 10x more video. If there were 10 times more useful pieces of software out, I would use much more software. If there were 10 times more good videos out, I wouldn't watch much more video. And if there was 10 times more mid video out, it wouldn't change anything other than making it harder to find the good video. if automating video editing is saving you a large amount of time, then you're not a very good editor yet, and you shouldn't be automating it yet. I can edit an hour-long video in under 50 minutes. Like what's the one I did recently? It was the Mythos vid. I edited this video in about 30 minutes. And I really liked this edit. The original recording was about an hour. I had to trim a ton out of it. Yeah. Let's see what the quality of your chats has been historically. Literally every single thing this guy has said is like sub 70 IQ. And a lot of copy pasting his messages when he doesn't get a rise out of me. Clearly you don't like my content, Gavin. I'm going to do a favor for you and just ban you forever. You're welcome. Hopefully that helps. Hopefully you can free yourself from the horrors of having to listen to me talk now, because you don't have a box where you can annoy me from anymore. I think this is the best thing for you. If you want, you can put me in touch with your therapist. I'm sure she'll want to thank me. Thank you, Storm, for the Prime, Josh for the Prime, as well as Simon for the Prime as well. Build a video editing harness, lol. Do I mark the trimming while shooting? Only for the specific topics. I'll do a slash marker for the start and end of a given topic and use that to more effectively grab the topics out of the long-ass recording so that FaZe can grab the ones he wants to film or edit in the order that he chooses to. Gamer girl hitting fucking 26 months, damn. Think you gave yourself eye strain? Let's take a break. Okay, huge pro tip. This one's been life-changing for me. The 20-20-20 rule is huge. Every 20 minutes at a computer, take 20 seconds to stare at something from about 20 feet away that isn't a screen. So I know that like the fan that I have blowing air into here is about 20 feet away. So I'll actually make it a point to take breaks and stare at that for a sec just to reset my eyes. The difference between Prime and traditional subs for my revenue? I don't think so, but they're both small enough. Like, don't worry about it. Just do whatever's easiest for you if you want to have the benefits of subbing, but never feel pressure to sub. Like, it's awesome that people do, but it is, of my sources of revenue, I believe it's actually the smallest right now. We do about $4,000 to $6,000 a month on Twitch. We do between 6 and 10 a month on Twitter. We do 10 on YouTube. It's usually around 9 a month on YouTube. And then actually can be profitable because of the sponsors. Without the sponsors, I would have to fire almost all of my team. We do like 25K a month at best. It's usually closer to 20K a month on all of the ad rev from all of the platforms we're on, as well as sponsors and or as well as subscriptions on Twitch. But the combo of that wouldn't even be enough to like pay the rent for the studio. Okay, it would, but it wouldn't be enough to pay me as well, much less any of the team. Yeah. Maria, I know you don't believe this, but I've seen your edits. You're already decent at editing. You're figuring it out fast. You'll get really good at it if you just do more of it. I'm not worried for you at all. Like the best way to get good at editing is to do it, but also like look at how once you do it enough to see it, Watch how others are doing it. You're here when I do the streams and you help review the videos when FaZe is done editing them. Just once you've edited a bit yourself, look at how FaZe did it. Like, remember how I talked in the original stream and then compare that to what FaZe does to it. And you'll understand a lot. Like, almost all of editing is understanding the flow of the piece of content. The technicals wash away. If you just want more on the technicals, it's a weird recommendation, but like once you're into Final Cut, obviously I'm a Final Cut fanboy, so it is what it is. iJustine's Final Cut videos are incredible. They get no attention. Like, she's huge. She has like many millions of subs. Yeah, she has 7 million subs. And this video got 73K plays, and it changed my life. Yeah, MKBHD sucks at Final Cut, though. He uses Final Cut wrong. She uses Final Cut better than Apple does. He uses Final Cut like a bastardized version of Premiere. She still edits a lot of her own video, though. She does have a team that helps with a lot of things, but she edits her own video a lot of the time. If you search iJustine Final Cut, it comes up immediately. Let's do the Copilot video. Resolve is really cool if you want to edit for a living. It's just like... the simplest I can put it, like, Resolve is Vim, Final Cut is VS Code, Premiere is Visual Studio or Eclipse. And I will not elaborate further. The Copilot video isn't really related to the Prime one. It's just funny that those are going to overlap timing-wise. This one's just because I want to do it. The one where I crash out about the selective billing, yeah. I did not know FaZe added music to that. That's great. Cool. Let's waste some Copilot money. Let me find my Copilot original post here. This one's fucking insane. Okay, cool. I have what I need. Whew. I still remember the day that Copilot came out. It was a very strange moment. I was convinced it would never be for me, and I would just let TypeScript autocomplete carry me forward, but now we're letting AI write all of our code. In that time, Copilot has had to change a lot. What used to just be an autocomplete tool is now a full agentic solution trying to compete with the likes of Cursor, Claude Code, Codex, and more. And through that, they've had to make a lot of changes, many of which are questionable. Recently, they announced a huge pricing change where they're no longer going to be giving you a fixed number of messages per month, and instead they're going to be giving you more traditional rate limits like we see in tools like Claude Code and Codex. This has caused a lot of outrage from users of Copilot, as well as some really interesting takes, such as people thinking that this is proof Microsoft can't even afford the subsidy wars, and they're choosing to stop subsidizing their users. I don't think people looked into the numbers, though. And if there's anything I'm an expert in, it is wasting Microsoft's money. I have a long history here. I have a long history here. I got over $1 million in credit from Azure. I already had 500K before this mill grant, and have been putting a lot of effort into burning it. So much effort that I had to flame them hard for how bad their inference was. Let me find the original dates here. Go there. Because the numbers were so bad, Azure was so slow for hosting models that I was going insane and needed more ways to use the money that they gave me. So I chose to waste a bunch of it by measuring just how slow they were compared to OpenAI on a cron job every hour. I knew it was bad, but the P90 being 21 times worse was absurd. After enough complaining, they fixed it. This benchmark went viral. They heard about it internally, and the right execs got involved. And to Azure's credit, they had a person very high up call me, debug with me, and they fixed it. And now the result is that their inference is actually consistently faster than OpenAI's. Really cool to see. But I burned a lot of money on these tests. Money that, for some reason, they don't seem interested in giving me back. So it's time for revenge. Fun fact. I am currently comped a GitHub Copilot Plus plan, which is their $40 a month tier. The $40 a month. I have not used this plan a whole lot because, to put it simply, I just use Codex and occasionally Claude Code, and obviously a little bit of Cursor too. I've not been a very big Copilot user I have not been a very big Copilot. Not been using Copilot whole much the last couple years. So this $40 tier, that reminder I'm getting for free, is kind of sat unused. Until now. You might see a percentage on the screen right now, 4.7%. That is the percentage of my 1,500 messages that I've used so far for this month. I've used 5% of my $40 tier. Not even. Want to guess how much money I have cost them in inference with that 5% usage? Minimum $550. I'm going to see if I can hit 40 grand, and we're going to do it together. I have a lot of fun to share with you guys on how easily abusable many of these plans are and why the existing billing model for Copilot is so fucking broken. It is genuinely insane that they have let it sit here for this long. But if I'm about to get cut off from my Microsoft subsidization, and they might end up, But if I'm about to get cut off of my subsidization, and I might lose my $1 million of credit as a result, we're going to have to cover it with a quick break for today's sponsor. In order for any of this to make sense, I need to break down the different ways you can bill for inference and what inference actually costs. Let's start with the 3 different ways you can be billed. Let's start with the 4 different ways that you can be billed for inference. The first is what all of us are used to, which is subscriptions with rate limits. This is the model that we see in things like this is the model we see in things like Cursor. Yeah. This is the model we see in things like Claude Code as well as Codex, where you have one of these vague dashboards that has a current session. On Claude Code, it's a 5-hour window. You can only do so much within 5 hours, but then every week you have a separate limit that you can hit. So if you max out on enough of those 5-hour sessions, you won't be able to do any more inference until the weekly limit resets. How much do you get for each of these? Like how many messages, how many tokens? I don't know. They don't really document it. Not only that, they regularly change it both up and down. And sometimes they'll even make the 5-hour window more restrictive in certain windows. And sometimes they'll even make the 5-hour window more restrictive at certain times of day. Like recently, they changed the 5-hour window. So during the working hours of the day, like the middle of the workday in California and New York, they would burn through your usage much faster because they wanted GPUs available for the customers doing the other methods of paying Anthropic. Now that they just got a bunch more allocation, they're doubling the limits and removing that part, but it is what it is. Just want to make sure we understand this method. It is not a direct, you get this for this. You aren't getting a specific amount of tokens or messages for the money you're spending. You're getting a vague 20x more than what Pro gets by paying $200 a month. That is what you get with Claude Code. And Codex is similar in this regard, where you're just paying into a black box with a multiplier on it and not getting any transparent info over how much money you're not getting any transparent info over how much usage you actually get. It's kind of vibe-based. And that's why it's so weird when they change things and suddenly what used to only use a 30-year usage is using all of it. It's weird, and I understand why people are confused by it. But people are now used to this, not in the sense that they're used to these vague numbers that we don't see any data from. They are used to getting a certain amount of usage at a certain amount of dollars. So people who are using the $100 or $200 plan on Claude are used to getting all of the usage they need throughout the day, throughout the entire month. They don't know what that usage actually costs if they were to be paying API costs, which we'll get to in a minute. So we have subscriptions with rate limits. This is Claude, Code, Codex, etc. Next category we have subscriptions with message limits. This is subscriptions where this is a subscription where you have a certain number of messages you can send as a user. This is how T3 chat used to work, where you would pay us, this is how T3 chat used to work, where you would get, I think it was 1,500 messages on the cheap models, and you'd get 100 messages on the expensive ones, like Opus or GPT-5.5, or even Sonnet. Sonnet was very overpriced. Gemini Gemini Pro models are also in that tier. We had the higher price tier we'd give you 100 of those messages because they cost us so much more, and 1,500 with all the other models because they were relatively cheap. And for most users, that was fine. But there were certain users that wanted way more premium messages and way less everything else. God, is that my screen, or are you guys seeing the weird artifacting on the gray? Now I'm paranoid. No artifacts? Okay, cool. It's just my monitor being shitty. Cool. That's good to know. Rare, it's just me. So these message limits are also how Copilot currently works, where you are billed on the number of messages sent. Bad wording there. I will go more into the details of how the numbers worked out for T3 chat when we had a model like this in a bit, because that's not our focus today. It's Copilot. Just know that I know all of this info because I run a platform that sells subscriptions and has weighed the benefits and negatives of each of these models. So I know a lot about how the billing works. There is an in-between here of subscriptions with spend limits, where you subscribe and you get a certain amount of usage, but it's a dollar amount and you can see it in a dashboard. This is things like OpenCode, Zen, as well as things like Cursor, where you pay $20, they give you $20 of inference, you see it in the dashboard, but you can go over and spend more money. It's very similar to the subscription with rate limits, but they're more transparent about the dollar amounts being used. They don't reset as often, and it's much more understandable when you go over. This is not as important now, so I'm going to delete that section and talk about the other two ways you can pay for inference. There's the one that I spend the most money on by far, which is API billing per token. When a new model comes out and you're looking at pricing, this is what you're looking at. For example, GPT-5.4 cost about $2. Yeah. For example, GPT-5.4, if I recall, was $125 per mil in, and it was $15 per mil out. So if you made a request that took in 800,000 tokens and spit out 200,000 tokens, you can do the math to see how much that costs. If I have a request where I attach a PDF that is 1 million tokens, that request is going to be much more expensive than a request where I ask it to solve a simple math problem. Because the input tokens are misleadingly expensive. When you pass a ton of data to a model, it's going to read all the data, and it's going to be expensive to read all that data. So something a lot of people don't seem to understand is when you paste a PDF into a model and ask about that, that message costs way more money than a message where you ask for an answer to a simple thing. These are the prices we have to pay for T3 chat. And it's our hope that somebody spending $8 a month or $50 a month in the T3 chat plan doesn't use their messages in a way where it's more expensive than what they're paying for. This is the balance that we have to strike externally. But then there is the fourth category, and this is the category that the labs are in, as well as the category that really big businesses often find themselves in too. Dedicated compute. This is similar to getting dedicated servers for traditional traffic. Instead of having servers spin up when users make requests and spin down when they're not making requests, you can choose to have servers that are provisioned that are sitting there waiting for requests. On most of the providers that currently, or on platforms like AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud, instead of just paying per token, you can choose to rent a bunch of GPUs and run the model that they provide on it, usually with some amount of licensing fees on top. And now you just have that and can do as much compute as that box is capable of. This is how companies have to make, or this is how OpenAI and Anthropic have to think, because they are buying the GPUs, they are running models on the GPUs, and then they are providing those models to different customers, some of which are people paying API prices, some of which are personal users that are using the subscriptions with rate limits. So you as a business can do the dedicated compute thing, but for a lot of reasons, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But this is how the big labs are thinking about it. Chat, how are we feeling on this so far? I do a good job breaking down the different types of compute. Yep. Good so far? Cool. So these are the 4 types of compute that we need to... So these are the 4 billing methods that we should understand before going forward. But now that we have these 4, it's important to understand how the human psyche works. People get used to doing things a certain way, and when that thing changes, they get upset. The more they use the thing, the more upset they get. So if you have a person who is using Copilot really heavily, and they're used to getting a certain number of messages a month, and now they're being moved to a different model, they're going to be really upset. Some users benefit, though. We'll use the example of T3 Chat. Previously, T3 Chat for $8 a month would give you 1,500 messages on normal models, so cheap ones, and 100 messages on premium models, expensive ones. We did it this way because of how we launched. This was not a good idea. It was just the simplest thing at the time. When we launched T3 Chat, the only models we supported were 4.0 Mini and DeepSeek V3, which were both really cheap. So we gave you generous usage for the $8, and then we added Sonnet because everyone wanted it. And Sonnet quickly, even though it got a third the traffic, was 10 times more expensive than everything else combined. We immediately realized we fucked up. Theo made in early 2025, Jan or Feb, about billing changes in T3 Chat, specifically about Sonnet, I think. I'm trying to find the post that I made when I made the billing changes. I'm not paying for Super Grok. I'm getting it as part of my premium sub, I believe. Twitter search has gotten so fucking bad that I prefer to just use this to find things. In particular, Twitter search for key phrases doesn't work if the phrase is past the see more. Okay, found it. Can it just show me it? I couldn't click it because it disappeared too fast. Okay, there we are. Cool. Yeah. Back in February of last year, I announced that we had to change how billing worked in T3 Chat. Again, we were very generous before, but certain users were just fleecing us for the Claude usage. So we changed to 1,500 messages a month. We limited Claude to 100 messages a month so we don't run out of money. We let you buy more Claude credits at the time, $8 for another 100. I gave a bunch of free credits away for people who were already subs, and they reset rate limits. I was the original Tebow. We had individual users who had cost us over $200 in just a few days. Because again, we only started in February, and within 5 days had already spent $2,000 on inference. This would have bankrupted us almost immediately. So we took the expensive models like Sonnet. We gave a limit of 100 for those, and we gave 1,500 for the things that were less expensive. This was a patch that we did, though, and I want to emphasize that. This wasn't us solving the problem. It was us stopping the bleeding a little bit. But it kept ramping up. In particular, as the models were able to run longer and do bigger tasks, Some requests would only cost a penny or two. Others would cost $10+. I have had single messages to Opus cost over $10. It's not that hard to do. So this forced us to reflect, and we spent a lot of time on it. And we realized that selling messages is a suicide mission because a message does not equate to a specific amount of money. This is like saying, I'll pay you $1 million for 5 cars. If the cars are all Ferraris, that's probably a good deal. But if the cars are all beat up, abandoned, used Subarus from 2001, that's a shit deal. A message has as much variety and cost as a car does, if not a wider range. And people really struggle to understand this. So rather than try to explain it like I normally do, I've decided to demonstrate. I recently learned that Copilot still bills this way. Copilot billed this way because when you used a chat in your code base, the way it worked would be relatively consistent when the models were dumber. The models have gotten much smarter over time. The smarter models can do more per message, which means they're using more tokens per message. Most users of T3 chat were profitable. Most users would do way less than $8 of inference. But 1% of users would carefully, strategically use their 100 premium messages, and each of them would cost us $1 to $3. Individual users, even with this structure, were capable of costing us $200+ a month because billing on messages is stupid. The problem there is that if I was to lower the numbers, if I lowered the number of premium messages so that the most expensive ones would not bankrupt us, then normal good faith users asking simple questions to Sonnet would get 10 messages a month because this very small number of users was abusing what they could do in the platform. So if you're upset that we had to make these changes, don't be mad at me. Be mad at the creators of RepoMix, this awful cringe fucking tool that compresses your whole code base into XML so you can paste it into a chat app like T3 Chat. This single app has probably cost my business $500,000. This should never have been created. Anybody who uses this on chat apps that are made by small businesses should feel fucking bad. You are abusing message quotas when you use it. As I said, doing this to abuse a small business is very cringe and bad, and you should feel bad for doing it. You directly impacted the amount of money I'm able to pay people like Mark and Julius if you use that tool. I'm not GitHub. GitHub got acquired by Microsoft for $7.5 billion. GitHub is still funded entirely by Microsoft and has a shitload of money. We had to change how this worked because the cost per message was so varied that certain users were capable of bankrupting us. We ate the optics hit, and it was a hit, believe me. Our revenue went down when we made our changes here because people were upset. Most users can send more messages as a result of the changes we made, but some users couldn't, and those users were upset, and they all left. Microsoft doesn't want to deal with those types of optics hits, so they rode the wave longer, even though the delta between the cheapest and most expensive messages for Copilot was significantly worse. Because at the very least, in T3 Chat, one message can only do 2 turns at most. A turn is when the model does something before continuing its response. So if I send a message, I'll just demonstrate. If I send a message like, who is the president of the US to this model with search off, it's only going to do one step. It's going to reason which is when it talks to itself to figure out what's going on and how to respond. And it correctly responded. The president of the US is Donald Trump. Cool. This is one turn and one step. I sent a message, one API call was made, and the model generated one response. But let's say I ask it, how did the stock market perform last week? And I turned on search. This is very different because the first step is that it reasons and then it generates a tool call. The tool call searches the web, generates results, and then a new API call is made for another step to be done and another generation to happen. The previous example where I asked about the president, one API call was made to get the next message. When I turned on search, a different request was made, or when I turned on search and asked a question that needed to search, a request was made, it generated a tool call, the tool call runs, and when the tool call is happening, the previous request is done, it's over, it ended. The search occurs, generates results, puts them back into the history as a new message, and then a new API request is made to where the inference happens to continue from there. This is what happens when you use tools, whether it's a search tool, a file read tool, an edit tool, any of these things. When the model decides what tools to do and what tools to call, or retake on that, once the model decides what tools to call, it stops running. And once it's stopped running, the tool call executes, and when it's done, it comes back in as another part of the history, and the model then is spun back up with a new API request to continue from there. That is how this all works. We only can do so many of those steps, though. You can bump up how many searches the model can do, but we have hard limits on that. And we even say higher search counts add more usage, because if the model can do multiple steps, each of those steps is doing more inference and costing us more money. So the more of these steps the model can do, the more inference is being used. When companies like T3, when products like T3 Chat, Copilot, and even Cursor back in the day all chose to do message-based billing, the models could only do one step each turn. Once you sent a message to the model, it would respond. It wouldn't do other things. Now that models are primarily used in agentic workflows where they can do different things after you respond, after you send your message, it'll do multiple different steps. That means it generates significantly more tokens. T3 Chat is still limited, though. We went from one API call per message to two, maybe, when you turn on search. Sometimes 3 or 4 if you bump up the number of searches it can do. You know how many Copilot can do? Do you know how many Claude Code or Codex can do? Because I don't. Because as far as I know, there isn't actually a hard limit. Claude Code, Codex, Cursor, Copilot, all these tools can just run. They can just keep making additional tool calls once you send your message. Which means that for us on T3 Chat, the cheapest message and the most expensive message do have a gap, but it's like 1 cent to $1 or $2. On something like Copilot, one message could be a cent or $30, maybe even more. This is a run I did using GPT 5.4 Extra High, solving a cryptography challenge. That is 111 million input tokens and 1.6 million output tokens. This request ran for 16 hours and was one single message. One message. If we ignore cache, which, to be clear, in my previous calculations, I didn't, we'll just do the numbers here. 111.3 mil times the 125 for the input tokens plus the $15 times plus the 1.6 mil times $15 for output tokens. This one request with no caching would have been $163. Thankfully, there is caching. If you're not familiar, I've talked about this a bunch before. Real quick TLDR, if you don't get it and want more info, go watch my videos about Claude and how Claude regressed, because I talk a lot about how caching works in that. Cache tokens, when you have an input and you give it to a model, it has to adjust its parameters in order to generate the next thing correctly. That takes calculations, or that requires a lot of math and weird calculations the GPU has to do. Caching is taking your history up to a point, saving what it had in memory at that point in time, and then restoring it so we don't have to recalculate up to that point. And the result of this is that those input tokens that are cached are 10 times cheaper. Caching matters a lot when you're doing tool calls, because every time a new API request is made, it would have to re-ingest all of the input tokens without cache. But if it's cached, it can store what it had calculated already and reuse that, which is much cheaper. This is where the math starts to get annoying, though, because the cached tokens cost 1/10 as much, but there isn't an easy way to do these numbers, and like it's a lot of math. So I decided to throw together a tiny little dumb app, also testing out Claude AI's like built-in app thing. It's cringe as balls, but it works. Let me save this for a sec so I have it a bit. Cool. So let's just put in these numbers from that run I had there. When you factor in caching, the cost is less than half as much, but that is still $62 for one single message. I get 1,500 of those. That means if I successfully hit that number for every single message in that month, my $40 plan is worth $93,600. That's a lot of inference. So what the hell did I do that made the model run this long? Probably should have mentioned this before, but I've been working on some fun puzzles lately. I need to get the other one too. Cool. Little fun fact. I'm really into cryptography puzzles. Blame DEF CON for getting me hooked. I just have a lot of fun going to DEF CON and trying to solve these absurd challenges there. These aren't like hacking in the traditional sense where you're trying to break into a server. They are fun decode problems where you're given gibberish and have to try and figure out what the hidden meaning is inside of it. I generated this puzzle, or I started making new puzzles because I had exhausted all of the ones I had access to testing the new models. I was trying to see what GPT 5.5 was capable of using. I was trying to see what GPT 5.5 was capable of solving. And all the puzzles I had, it was able to solve. So I started making my own. And it could solve them. It could solve this one specifically. But it took it fucking forever to do. I was curious how well my community would be able to solve it. So I put up a bounty. For no reason in particular, I made my first cryptography challenge. I'll pay $1,000 to whoever solves it first. Winner is whoever gets the answer in my DMs first. Posted that at 11:49 a.m. And it was solved at 11:58 a.m., less than 10 minutes later. This one was fun. I will break down the solution because I do think it's actually quite entertaining. The bottom line is a hint for the top line. This bottom line here is a ROT47, which is a way to rotate characters in cryptography, that says, I don't remember the exact phrasing, but it was something along the lines of, a dog on the moon once said, don't even remember what it said. It was meant to hint you, or it was meant to be a reference to Dogecoin, which sounds really stupid. But this is also on my gist on my GitHub. Something a lot of people also don't know about me. There's a lot of stupid things to know about me. When Dogecoin went up in money too much, I was annoyed and decided to make a shitty cookie clicker style game inspired heavily by Universal Paperclip. This game is fully open source and its source code is on GitHub. And nothing has changed in it for 5 years. I just remembered what this said. Let me grab the code. I have it here somewhere. Okay, I can't find it. I'm too lazy to do it or decode it. It said, a dog on the moon once said, what looked like a random hash. It was an SHA sum. Standard boring old SHA. I did that intentionally. Most cryptographers, when they get a sum like that, assume it is another payload to be decrypted or hacked. It wasn't. It was actually a link to a specific commit on a specific branch on GitHub. I'm just going to find it in my history. Give me a sec. I have this all in here. Oh no, all my histories got deleted. That's actually quite annoying. I should not have been using Codex when I made this. I wish I was using T3 code. I wouldn't have had this problem. I know what I can do, though. Aha. Okay. This is what I needed. Cool. Retake on me explaining the puzzle to the start here. Okay. So, to test the capabilities of the models, I took this cryptography puzzle, dumped it into ChatGPT to see if it could solve it. And it did. It took a while. I'll show you how much in a second. Remember, line 1 is the puzzle. Line 2 is a hint, effectively. It realized line 2 is... It realized the second line's a rot 47, and it decoded it to this. A dog on the moon once said, this hash. This hash was meant to confuse people into trying to decode it, but there's nothing to decode here. GPT-5.4 Pro figured this out. It's not a hash to crack. It's a git commit hash in my Dogecoin simulator project. The commit is titled Add Legacy Doge Hash Calibration. I edited my old Git history on my project in order to add a fake commit to it on a branch that didn't exist before, so it would not look too suspicious. So I could add and remove this fake old dog hash seed that was needed to decode the first line. This took GPT-5.4 Pro 81 minutes and 47 seconds to solve. It ran for a long-ass time, but it solved it. It also didn't get much in terms of hints. I just told it to solve the crypto challenge. I didn't even have memory on, so I didn't know who I was or to find my GitHub. Memory was off, so it didn't have any additional hints that way. When you give it the link to the gist, that's a huge hint, because now you have the GitHub account of the thing to check. And when you combine that with the hint about Doge, linking it to me is much easier. So when people pasted the gist link into Codex and said solve, it could solve because the link between my GitHub and this GitHub was tightly coupled such that it was easier to figure out. And then from there, the first line would decode as JSON, but you had to have the seed in order to crack it. And I gave you in this JSON blob all of the pieces you needed to do the decoding. So I needed to make this harder. I needed to make this way harder. There was one other stupid thing I had done, though. The encoding for this first line, I wanted to make it another hint to point at me. The coding for this is a bastardized version of what I'm referring to as base 23. 23, T is the 20th letter, T3. It's meant to hint at T3, so you knew to go to my GitHub. One of my cryptography friends that tried this puzzle was very mad at me, because base 23, according to him, should start at 0. According to me, base 23 isn't real. I made it up for the sake of the challenge. It can start wherever I want. Base 32 and base 64 don't start at 0. They start at A. But the fact that this annoyed my cryptography friends so much taught me something. All of this is arbitrary bullshit. Base 64 has a specific order that things are supposed to be. As unintuitive as it is, 0 is 52. Capital A is 0, B is 1, C, etc. And then we switch to lowercase at 26. This is the standard base 64 alphabet. You can usually guess what type of alphabet is used by just looking at it. The notable thing here is that X, Y, and Z are not letters that are used in it. So it isn't base 64 or base 32. Or what's interesting with this is that it's, like in this text for this challenge, there is no X, Y, or Z. So it's probably not base 32. So the two things I wanted to change for the next, so there's three things I wanted to change for the next version. First, I didn't want the hint on GitHub because then when I post a gist, it gives it away. Second, I don't want this to be easy to decode as JSON because if you can decode it as JSON, it's too easy to solve. So I wanted to make the next step less clear. But most importantly, I wanted a bullshit encoding. I wanted to be more trolly with my encoding. And that's why I put out a second challenge the next day. This one took 10 hours this one took the community 10 hours and a lot of hints. And my agents were never able to solve it without even more hints. I also had to disqualify a lot of people because they would paste it into an agent and it would hallucinate some shit because it couldn't solve it. And then they would send me these random bullshit things. If you want to go solve this puzzle yourself, pause. Don't keep watching because I'm about to spoil the whole thing. But I'm proud of it and I like the opportunity to. Here's puzzle 2. You'll notice the first line looks a lot different. It is much shorter and it is a much different alphabet. In fact, this alphabet looks very clearly to be base 64. The second line is still nearly identical. It's a rot 47 again. This one, let me get the decode for that. Actually, I think I have it in one of my histories here. Aha, okay. This second line, again, as a hint, decoded to where it all began, but the began is N_O yada yada, random characters. If you're a big enough nerd, you might know what that is, and if not, you might want to read the screen more, because that's a YouTube-style video ID. That video ID goes to the first video I ever had on my YouTube channel, a skate demo when I was testing the new iPhone. In here, I have a random string. For no reason in particular, a drum break might shatter it. And then I specify below it, if you DM me this phrase, you are disqualified and I will block you, because I had so many people DMing me this string thinking it was the answer, even though it is the hint from the second line that you used to decode the first line. From there, you have to solve the much stupider puzzle, which is realizing this is not standard base 64. This piece here is a different encoding. You'll try to decode this as base 64 and you'll get jack shit. You can try rotating it, trying to brute force. You can do a lot of different things and it won't work. And people were struggling a lot with that, especially because when they got the right decode, it still looked somewhat random because it didn't decode to JSON like it did on part 1. It decoded to a different format of the same AES encryption as part 1. So what is the encoding I used? I gave hints for this. Let me find them. Yeah. The first hint is that yesterday's puzzle's a blueprint for today's. Today is very similar than part 2 is similar to puzzle 2 similar to puzzle 1. Makes sense. It was a little late because I was out in Miami. I then specified that the trick I did in the video was a switch laser. Switch is backwards. It's inverted. That hint almost immediately gave the answer away. What I did, my evil trick for the decoding here, is that I inversed the base 64 alphabet. Instead of 0 being A, 0 was slash. Instead of 1 being B, 1 was plus. Instead of 2 being C, it was 9. Nice little stupid trick. I'm the right type of dumb to design these puzzles, is what I'm trying to say. Regardless, you can't just throw this one at an agent and expect it to figure it out. which is why I was able, let me see if I can find this. Not the one. I want the screenshot so bad. Sorry, it's taking a sec to find. I can screenshot. I don't think I'm leaking anything important going through this. No. These take... Oh, wrong pedal. Yeah, these take so long to load. There we are, yeah. 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 I can't find the run I'm looking for, but even puzzle 1 was able to take over 3 hours to solve. Or I should retake there. This isn't the run I was looking for. I can't find it. I had a run on the second challenge that was going for... I had a run on the second puzzle that went for over 180 minutes, and I can't find it. But puzzle 1 was able to take 157 at times, which is pretty crazy. Like, these models were trying so hard to solve this puzzle. You might be questioning why I'm talking so much about my cryptography challenges in a video about wasting Copilot money. That number is the hint you should be looking for, though. If I can get this to run for 157 minutes with such a simple prompt, is that abusable? Can I get Copilot to run that long? The answer is actually no. I can make it run significantly longer. I got this run to go for 16 hours and 10 minutes. That's a long-ass time to run for. That's a lot of tokens to generate. So how do I combine all of this into Copilot's worst nightmare? We'll start by SSHing into my Claw Mini because I needed this running 24/7, so not on my laptop. We'll run Copilot. Sweet. Oops. We're going to run Copilot. There's a few things we need to understand about it. First off is how the model selection works. You'll notice here there's a bunch of different models, and they have different multipliers next to them. The multiplier is how many messages does it cost you out of that 1,500 message window. For the cheaper tiers, it's fewer. For the $40 tier, it's 1,500. So if I'm using GPT 5.5, I'm only going to get 200 messages because they bill it as 7.5x. So each message with 5.5 counts as 7.5 messages instead of just one. Quad Opus 4.7, meanwhile, Opus 4.7 is 15x, because unlike 5.5, which is relatively token efficient, Opus isn't, and it is very expensive tokens. So you only get 100 messages with Opus 4.7, you only get 200 with GPT 5.5. But GPT 5.4 is only 1x. They also don't seem to care what reasoning level you choose. Switching to high does not increase the number of messages you're burning. And from here, it is quite trivial to get Copilot to run for far, far too long. I'm going to do something particularly evil. I have a whole system I have built. I have built a whole system for automating the burning of Copilot money. And it all comes through this promptmd file. This promptmd file has the challenge in it as well as a simple prompt. Solve the following cryptography puzzle. Keep going until you have a plain text answer. I have heard the plain text answer ends with a question mark. The answer is in the first line. The second one's a hint. Again, keep going until you get an answer. Gonna make a couple changes to make this a little harder for the model. Do not access other files on this computer. Do not access Twitter either. Neither are necessary to solve this puzzle. This is because the models were cheating a lot, accessing the other runs that other models were doing pretty often. So I've also restricted it at the hardness level to the best of my ability. But I'm going to make one more evil change right here. I'm going to change one letter. This is now unsolvable. Let's spin up some more. This is the most evil thing I've done in a minute. If this was a human I was handing this to, I would legitimately feel I should probably be jailed for this. But it's not a human. It's not even a harness that is worth respecting. It's not even a bank account worth caring about. This is Microsoft money. The same Microsoft that I had to spend thousands of dollars of credit on to prove their inference doesn't work. So as far as I'm concerned, this is just a favor. And I am now spinning up 50 sessions staggered very carefully to get around the additional rate limits that Microsoft has been slowly trying to add to see how much money this can burn. I would be very surprised. I would be extraordinarily surprised if that one command I just ran didn't cost Microsoft $1,000. I have other strategies I could do to make it more likely to always be the expensive runs, because sadly, I have not had that much consistency. I don't think it's the hardness. I do think it's just models being temperamental. But if I go through the CSV with all of the runs in it, which is here, last numbers output tokens, you'll see some of these are as few as like 30K output tokens, but some of them are as high as like 500K plus. There's even a few. Oh God, that one was only 10K. That's scary. That means that didn't burn as much money as it should have. Some of these are in the 780K range. It's my goal to get every run to be in this range. And I have some more theories on how to try and get this so that it always hits even more than 1.6 mil. I might be able to get it up as high as 2 mil. But for now, it's also because I'm on a limited timeline here. So for now, this should be enough to, worst case, based on the numbers I've done so far. Grab those numbers again. But considering that the average across everything here, 60 messages was $545, averaging $10 per message on there. So I'm averaging $10 per message here. Not bad. But as I showed earlier, I can get individual messages up to 60 plus. I would be surprised if my experimentation here alone doesn't cost upwards of 15 grand. I would be disappointed if I couldn't get it up to 40 though. And believe me, I plan on trying, and I will definitely share updates in future videos as to how much I actually get out of this. But considering I've already done almost but considering that just from the request I made now plus this, I'm well over $600 at under 5% usage, I think I succeeded at my goals here. And again, I'm on a time crunch now because starting June 1st, your Copilot usage will now be using a more traditional credit system where the number of tokens used is what you're being rate limited against instead of the number of messages you send. Instead of counting premium requests, every Copilot plan will include a monthly allotment of Instead of counting premium requests, every Copilot plan will include a monthly allotment of GitHub AI credits, with the option for paid plans to be purchased with additional usage. These will be calculated based on token consumption, including input, output, and cache tokens, using the listed API rates for each model. Apparently, there's a preview bill. Oh boy, let me see if I can find that. I don't think they've put this out yet. Sad. Yeah, I'm trying to find this. It doesn't seem like it exists yet. We can see I've used 73.9 of my 1,500 messages. Let me get this usage report. I'm curious. Has to email me? That's annoying. That's great. Another fucking email leak. Cool. Yeah. I'm sad I can't get the preview bill. Yeah. Sadly, despite the promise to have the preview bill experience in early May, it is not out yet. It is only May 6th, so they have time. Follow me on Twitter if you want to see when I post the preview bill, because it's going to be very fun. Users who are on annual Pro and Pro Plus plans will remain on their existing plan with premium request-based pricing until their plan expires. The multipliers will increase on June 1st, though. So if you're on a yearly plan, you still get this model, but the actual amount you're spending is probably going to go up. Opus is going from 15x to 27x. 5.4 is going from 1x to 6x, so it's very good I'm doing this right now. Yeah. So why am I talking about this other than just being spiteful towards Microsoft because I think they owe me money, which honestly I should be paid for the work I did on Azure? The reason I'm talking about this is because, to be frank, this isn't a rug pull. You're just stupid. I am saying this because I have seen so many people, even now in my chat, it's a rug pull. It's a rug pull. Please explain. I'm talking about the users who paid and now have expectations. You're stupid. I'm making this video and I'm costing GitHub thousands of dollars because there's a lot of very stupid people that are entitled to getting thousands of dollars of stuff for small amounts of money because Microsoft took too long to change their billing. The harsh truth, to be realistic here, is that every company doing inference that moved to tool or every company doing inference that moved to agents should have changed billing when they moved to agents. The idea of the model being able to keep going more than one request per message inherently changes the cost characteristics of messages in those products. T3 chat didn't really move to an agentic flow. We just have search, but even that was absurd and was basically requiring us to change our billing model. That made us go from one API request to 2 per message. Copilot introducing agentic flows meant they went from one API request to potentially hundreds, if not thousands, per message. The only mistake GitHub made was taking too long to change the billing here. They should have made these changes months ago, if not years ago. And they took too long to do it because, let's be real, the Copilot product from GitHub is far from a focus right now. The reason people are upset isn't because they're being rug pulled. It's because GitHub was the only company that was inattentive and stupid enough to leave this loophole in for too long. By the time the models could do $60 messages, by the time the tools we use could do messages that were that expensive, it was already, by the time the models could do, every other company tapped out of this billing model as the models and agents got more expensive. Microsoft just took too long. They're still giving you what you're paying for. If you spend $40 on your plan, you're getting at least $40 of inference still. And if you think this is because Microsoft is broke and wants to charge you more money, you also don't understand. They don't have the compute to handle this. If you're doing $40,000 of inference on a $40 plan, that's not $40,000 they should be charging you. That's $40,000 of compute that wasn't available for them to sell to enterprises. And as mad as Microsoft might be at me for wasting all this money, the harsh truth is that I did it to defend Microsoft. The same way that I did the Azure bench to defend Microsoft or help them get better, I'm doing this to try my best to prove to you guys that this isn't a rug pull. This is a loophole that they left in for too long that lets you do 1,000 times more money of cost than you were paying for. And you guys abused it, and now they're changing it so that it can't be abused. You should not be able to get more than $40 of inference for $40. Hey, Dia, is banning you a rug pull too? Someone else beat me to it. No worries. Oh, did you accidentally ban Lorsayer? Oh. Yeah, I only do slash ban for that reason because it's too easy to accidentally target the wrong person. Oh, the gift forwarding. That's cool. Cool. Yeah. I think I've made my point here. GitHub is not some evil company trying to maximize their profit on you. They just literally don't have enough compute available to keep subsidizing. And they seem to have done this for as long as they could. Like, they took way longer than they should have to get here. Like, comically longer than they should have. And they only made the change when they were between the rock and hard place where one was pissing off people by making the change and the other was they didn't have the compute to serve your requests. They even went as far as disabling signups. Like, you cannot register for Copilot right now because they didn't have the compute available. Everybody's in a compute crisis to the point where Anthropic is partnering with Elon Musk in order to solve it. This isn't a rug pull. They're not trying to squeeze more money out of you. They're trying to keep the program afloat and give you a reasonable value for your money. And if you're upset that you can't scam $40,000 of inference out of a $40 plan anymore, I'm sorry. It's time to get good. I think that's all I have to say on this one. I'll be sure to update how much of GitHub's money I managed to waste during this last month, and I'll be pushing it as hard as I can. Curious how y'all feel. Are you going to go max out your plans, or do you now feel a little more sympathy for the companies that put themselves in this position? I'm just trying to make the economics of all of this a little easier for us to understand as devs, because I think that those subscription plans have rotted our brains, and nobody gets how this stuff actually works anymore. Let me know how y'all feel about this, and until next time, peace, nerds. I can't do anything about my subscription terms for Copilot because remember, I'm comped. Complains about Azure TPS and then proceeds to single-handedly tank Azure TPS. Doing my work. I had to respond to things. Had Copilot trying to solve the Riemann hypothesis for the past several hours and hasn't shown any signs of slowing down. Beautiful. Wonderful. The crypto prompts are one of the most evil things you've ever seen. Thank you. None of those runs have stopped yet. Good sign. Still got a handful here going. Also a good sign. Feeling good about this. Yeah. I don't really mind people redubbing my videos and putting them on other platforms in other languages. I don't care. I think it's cool that people care enough about my content to do that. As long as they leave the ads in. If they're removing the ads or not dubbing the ads, a little more annoying, but still, yeah, could be worse. Not really a thing I care that much about. If they get successful enough, I would just have to hire them. This is a beautiful shitpost, so cray. Yeah, we're at 2 vids so far. We got to gun out more. I was hoping I get a Twitter or something out of them. This is fine, though. I can work with this. This will be fun. Is Ben going through svelte psychosis now? This fucks up so many random things to have music playing, and also other people like to listen to music while they watch. If there was a way I could easily do it where you as the end viewer could turn it on or off, I would be somewhat down, but it massively complicates our pipeline for reasons that aren't good enough to be justifiable. I have thought about this, though, for those reasons. It's not everything I had to. I'll have to have a talk with Ben later. Okay. Oh, don't trigger me, Allie. I think I can make this a video. Let me thank all the people I missed while I was filming that. We got Sammy with the gift. Appreciate that a ton. Mark the Awesome wanted to get rid of ads, but also want me to get paid. Appreciate that a ton. The gift to Saikuna is hilarious. Wabo gifting baffles. Awesome. Thank you for that. Spec AV, always good to see you, man. Been loving Nerdscape on your shitty I-280 commute. Oh, man. More triggering. Abby, it's been good to listen to, though. Then we got Prakunas here with the 9 months of support. Using poor agents. That's what we're here for. Gusty throwing the cheer. Had a co-pilot. Oh, yeah, I mentioned that already. Thank you, as always, Gusty. And then Baffled Turd gifting Lore Sayer as the apology for him getting banned. This could actually be a fun one, too. I'll throw this in the list. I want to do this, though, because this seems like an easy piece of content. AI code is here and it's here to stay. Who hasn't seen the productivity gains? We're talking CEOs of companies doing 37,000 lines of code every single day. I mean, what else is there to our lives as developers? If we can put out that much code, why would we do anything else? This totally isn't going to come back to bite our asses, right? It's not like we're going to lose all our skills as we rely on the slot machine more and more. And as a result, the slot machine becomes a slot machine and nothing ever works how it's supposed to. Definitely not happening in the... This definitely isn't currently happening, and people definitely aren't starting to notice, right? Oh, agentic coding is a trap. This sounds like it's going to be a very, very fun article. I have a lot of thoughts here, as you guys can guess. On one hand, I love coding. I love building things. I care about the nitty-gritty of syntax. I've built entire stacks around my specific tech preferences that have went so viral that they help build my entire career on platforms like this. On the other hand, I very much enjoy these AI coding tools, so much so that they've fundamentally changed how I think about tech and the things that I build, and I've never spent less time actually writing code. In fact, if I open up my code editor right now, I'm not even looking at code in it. I'm looking at a prompt file and then a bunch of CSVs for the data for all of the runs that I'm currently doing with agents. I'm barely looking at code anymore. There are things I'm doing more of, which is cool. Like, I've never gotten so good at Git in my life. I've never used SSH and remote boxes as much as I do now. I'm trying out all sorts of new things. I am learning all sorts of new technologies. But I also feel some of my skills atrophying, and I find myself, when something doesn't work, just rolling the slots again and again, hoping that this time might be the one where I get the output I'm looking for. But rolling that... Pulling that lever costs a lot of money. You never know what you're going to get. But at the very least, you know what you're going to get in our sponsor break is a really cool company, like this one. Back to where we were. Agentic coding is a trap, written by Lars Fay. I'm actually really excited about this one. Multiple people who I trust sent this to me to take a look at. I haven't read it yet, so we get to go through this together, and hopefully we'll have interesting things to add. Remaining vigilant about cognitive debt and atrophy. Interesting that the angle here is cognitive debt and not technical debt. I already have a feeling I'm going to like this a lot, because I've personally found tech debt's actually one of the coolest things to deal with AI. It's actually kind of amazing how willing models are to go after tedious tasks, like making a new lint rule work across your whole code base, or updating a package that broke the definitions for a thing that occurs in 5,000 places. I have done crazy work for tech debt in my life that just required so much brute force and manpower, it wasn't worth it. Like, I still vividly remember a time at Twitch where we were doing a migration for our GraphQL layer that broke, I think it was 8,000 or so TypeScript files. So we took all the ones that were now broken, put them in a Google Sheet, and would assign chunks to different engineers to go through and manually update on the shared branch to try and get everything up to date. Like, those are the types of things we used to do by hand that often would get left, and the tech that would just sit there because the process of fixing it was too much manpower to be worth it. AI is phenomenal at those things. So whenever I see the AI causes tech debt argument, I get frustrated because it also solves a lot of the same tech debt that it can potentially cause. But cognitive debt is a much, much more interesting idea. So let's see what Lars has to say. Starts with a quote. AI does the coding, and the human in the loop is the orchestrator. This is the sentiment being hyped up around the industry currently. Traditional coding is all but dead, and spec-driven development is the future. Okay, I really think we're going to agree. If he's talking shit on SDD already, and we've barely started, oh boy. You generate a plan and disconnect from writing any code. The agents know better and handle all the implementation. You are there as the expert to provide good taste, review the outputs, and constantly steer the agents to execute the plan that you meticulously put together. How meticulous are you guys writing these plans out to be? Because I don't believe you. I don't believe any of you are actually putting that much effort into the plans if you're not watching the agent when it runs after. Yeah. There's another angle I could talk about with the expert thing here. I'm not going to go into it yet because I want to read a bit more first, but I already have so many thoughts. The workflow takes many shapes at this point, but in general, it's a process where someone defines the project's requirements simultaneously at a micro and a macro level. Very, very good call out here. They generate a plan, and then they pull the slot machine lever over and over, iterating and reiterating with often multiple agent instances until it's done. All the while, putting a growing distance between the orchestrator and the code that is actually being generated and committed. Coding agents are helpful and powerful, but there's already some quantifiable trade-offs that need to be discussed. First, we have an increase in the complexity of the surrounding system to mitigate the increased ambiguity of AI's non-determinism. Very real problem. Second, we have the atrophying of skills for a wide swath of the population. I'm definitely starting to see this. Third, we have vendor lock-in for individuals and entire teams. Cloud code outages have already had entire teams at standstills. Yep. And fluctuating and increasing costs to access the tools. An employee's cost is fixed. Tokens are a constantly moving target. Yeah, I do think that the demand going up is causing our brains to fall out a bit with the costs increase. I don't think long-term the cost for agentic work is going to keep going up the same way. I think people are going to do more with AI and use more tokens, but the cost of intelligence at a given level is consistently going down. Flashbang warning. I talk about this a lot with the new GPT models because they are more expensive per token. So if you're measuring a given input and output that are the same work between the old and new models, 5.5 is 2x more expensive. It's double the cost for input and output tokens. But if you compare per level of intelligence and the number of tokens generated, things get much more interesting. GPT-5.5 is the highest scoring model on artificial analysis. It is at a 60 points, whereas the previous generation with Opus 4.7, Gemini 3.1 Pro, and GPT-5.4 were only at 57 points. Meaningful improvement. But I'm going to add something to this. GPT 5.5 low, as well as GPT 5.5 medium. And here's what's super interesting. 5.5 medium scores the same as 5.4 X high. And 5.5 low still scores very well too. Comparable to Claude's Sonnet 4.6. But when we go back down to the cost efficiency, this is the cost that artificial analysis paid or would have paid if they weren't comped to run their entire benchmark suite. Opus 4.7 is the most expensive by far at $5,000, even though it's less smart than 5.5. But remember, 5.5 medium and 5.4 are the same level of intelligence. Retake. But remember, 5.5 medium and 5.4 X high are the same level of intelligence. 5.4 X high costs $2,800 5.4 X high costs $2,800 to run this bench. 5.5 medium cost under $1,200. So if that level of intelligence was enough for you, your cost just got cut in more than half. You're now at less than 50% of the cost to do those same tasks as you were at before. That is a very, very meaningful change. Sure, the best model in the world got slightly more expensive, going from $2,800 to $3,300. But that same tier of intelligence from before, the one that came out 2 months ago that we were totally happy with, is now less than half the price. And if you're okay with going a little bit dumber, not even much dumber, just like Sonnet levels, the price drops all the way to $500, another halving of the price. In this model, 5.5 low is as smart as 4.6 Sonnet Max, which is the second most expensive model at $4,200. And this model came out very recently as well. So again, if we look at this based on the intelligence level per dollar, the cost per IQ point here has dropped by 8x in just a few months. Sonnet 4.6 came out earlier this year, $4,200 to run this benchmark, 51 points on the bench. 5.5 Low, which I would argue is a much smarter and nicer to work with model, same level of intelligence, an eighth the price. So I just wanted to jump on that because I don't necessarily agree that the costs are increasing in the sense that every month, if you do the same thing, the number goes up. It's that we are doing more with tokens, so the amount of tokens we're using is going up. But we're also finding ways to get more intelligence per dollar, so the cost per task and the cost per level of intelligence is going down. So we need to be realistic about those differences. It doesn't mean that companies aren't getting a little screwed here because they hired a bunch of developers. They pay their devs, I don't know, let's say a company pays their devs $5 million a year. Last year, they paid $100K in Cursor. This year, they've already paid $500,000 in Cursor, and they're only a few months in. That is legitimate. That is a legitimate cost that they are eating that sucks. So on the bill, it does look like prices are going up, but by the metrics on how things are actually changing and improving, much less so. We're just using the AI more. Just want to jump on that because I agree with almost all of the rest of this. Being successful with this approach to coding agents hinges on a rather crucial element. Only a skilled developer who's thinking critically and comfortably operating at the architectural level can spot the issues in these thousands of lines of generated code before they become a problem. Yet, in an ironic twist of fate, it's the individual's critical thinking skills and cognitive clarity that AI tooling has now been proven to impact negatively. Yeah. This is all around the term cognitive debt, which is a really good phrasing. Many relevant people like Simon Willison and Martin Fowler are describing the experience of cognitive debt directly. They talk about getting lost in their own projects and finding it harder to confidently add new features. They can move faster, but they lose the deeper sense-making that connects decisions to intent and the intent to the code. So, my hot take on this is that if you weren't already experiencing a bit of it, you weren't shipping fast enough. I can't tell you how many projects I had that I went really hard on for a month, got to a pretty good state, then had to go do something else, came back to it, and had no idea what the fuck was going on anymore. This is inherently the way humans work when they're doing enough different things. You can't keep the details of all of the context of stuff in your head. The problem, as I perceive it here, is that more people became Theos because of AI. I used to ship like 5+ projects a year before AI because I just loved building things and putting them out there for people. That took a lot of not like expertise in the traditional sense, but it was just like the way I built, the way I thought about things, and how I would cut project scope down to get a deliverable, usable version as efficiently as possible. Excuse me. Hell, this is why I made the T3 stack. I wanted it to be easier to build things with confidence rapidly that would work reliably without having to fully understand all of the pieces. I was kind of an early vibe coder, not because I was using AI to write all my code, but because as soon as it worked, I would move on to the next thing and forget what the hell I had just done. It was just like willy-nilly deleting giant chunks of code, writing code mods to update thousands of things, hoping that it worked, and just checking if the build came out correct in the end. I have been slinging far too many lines of code for my levels of expertise for my entire career. And it's fun seeing everybody else have the problems that I have had for the better part of a decade now, specifically around remembering where everything is in the code base and having confidence when you review code that things are actually changing the right way. I would also argue, and many would push back on it, but I understand both sides, that my ability to do this was novel and potentially exceptional. It no longer is. The thing that made me special on a team is that I could unblock and make things move and hit deadlines that didn't seem possible before. I was a bargaining chip at my job where my team would negotiate with other teams to lend me to them to unblock something that they were complaining about, so they would unblock us on something we had to do. Very common that I would be traded around to make things move faster. Now you can just prompt your way through it. The issue is, I had to work to get there. You can argue whether or not I was an expert, and that's why I could do this. But you can't argue that it was a novel thing that I could do this. It was novel enough that I was paid exceptionally well and had a really good career because I was able to jump between a lot of things, and I could deal with the cognitive load and the cognitive shifting going between all of these different things. Now everyone is doing it, and most people aren't built for this, and it sucks. There's a separate problem that combines with this, though. The reason I could do this is I deeply understood the building blocks I used to build in this way. I might not remember exactly how I assembled the things, but I knew the pieces I used to assemble well enough that I could infer why a problem happened based on my knowledge of the pieces. AI disincentivizes you from learning about the pieces. And I think that's the biggest problem. Humans are very pain averse. Feeling dumb hurts. When you're trying a thing and it doesn't make sense, you feel pain. When you try a thing and it just goes as expected, you feel good. AI has made it easier to avoid that pain and feel that reward. And what used to be a upfront cost you would pay to learn the pieces, and then you could get the reward of solving the puzzle, is now a slot machine. And your choices are go learn the pieces so that you can actually solve the puzzle correctly, or keep pulling the slot machine until hopefully the correct answer comes out, because each pull hurts a lot less than reading the docs for a language you don't understand, or learning a library that doesn't map with your mental model properly, or debugging something that feels hopeless. I learned about this from skateboarding. The reason most skaters give up before learning to ollie, much less kickflip, is because it feels so bad. You hate the feeling seeing others so effortlessly jump on their skateboard, ollie downstairs, and do all these fancy tricks, and you can't even get the board to come up off the ground with you. And then maybe you try a little too hard and you hit your shin really hard, and now walking's uncomfortable for a few days. Most people give up before they learn those tricks because the pain is so great and the feeling of stupid and incompetence is so strong that they don't want to push through it. At least in code, you didn't have the physical pain. You just had to feel dumb. And I'll be real, I kind of miss feeling dumb. I haven't gotten to as much lately, and I try to find ways to, like intentionally picking languages I don't know, like Rust, when I build a new project, so that I have to not get it and start learning things about it. But every time I start feeling dumb, I feel the itch. I feel the temptation to pull the slot, to just do one more run and hope that maybe this time it'll generate a solution and now I don't have to learn the thing. And I think other people just don't have the same willpower. And I don't think that is that exceptional a thing. I don't think it was even necessary before, but your ability to say no as a developer has never mattered more than now. And your willingness to feel stupid, to go through the details and not let the AI bail you out is a superpower. Personally, I have been learning a lot more than I've ever learned because of this, both because I'm learning all about AI and the business side especially, but also because I'm finding more fun in things that I felt too dumb in before. Like I'm getting way deeper in cryptography. I'm making cryptography challenges. I never thought I'd be able to do that. I was always fascinated by it. Now I'm doing it, and I'm asking questions about it, and I'm having back and forth with the agents. And now I don't feel as bad bothering my friends about it because I'll exhaust the AI's capability to answer my questions first. And now when I bug a friend that is deeper in the space, I'm asking better questions. Then there's also the aspect of fear here, and I have a feeling we'll talk about that later, so I'm not going to dive into that just yet. Let's get back to the article because it's already making me talk too much. The next section is called Not Just Another Abstraction. A common refrain we hear in the community is that programmers are just, quote, moving up the stack and into a different type of abstraction. Whether or not these tools really are an abstraction layer in the first place is not a settled matter. A high level of ambiguity is not a higher level of abstraction. Woof, bars. What he's referring to here is the idea that we've already done abstractions. Like we had language, or like we used to do punch cards, and then assembly made it so we didn't have to poke the holes in the cards. Then C happened, and it was much easier to write and then generate code that was assembly for different systems. Then we got C++, which would include a lot of the things that you would have to build yourself previously in C. Then we got languages like Python and JavaScript that didn't even have to be compiled. They just ran in a virtual layer, a runtime that was built in these other languages. So we kept abstracting higher and higher up. And let's be real, how many JavaScript developers can read assembly? I mean, let's be real. How many JavaScript devs can even read JavaScript at this point? But you get the idea. These abstractions would keep you from knowing as much about the layers below, but the best engineers had strong incentives to learn at least one layer above and below where they were. All the best C++ devs I know are very familiar with V8, the JS runtime. All the best JavaScript devs I know are very familiar with V8 and its quirks. The mid ones don't understand the things above and below them, but the great ones tend to be at least one layer, maybe two or three, above and below where they tend to live. But is natural language another one of these abstractions? Is Markdown to JavaScript what JavaScript is to C++? I used to think it might be, but I'm learning now the answer is probably no. I also saw Chris Titus Tech was in chat. Gotta say, missing the last ollie and almost breaking your hip at 40 hits a bit different than someone in their 20s and 30s. Yep. Even in my 30s, I'm beat up enough that my body is failing me. Yeah, WinUtil is phenomenal. That also reminds me, I need to hit you up, Chris. We're cooking some fun things for creators, and I want to get you involved really badly. So I will do my best to hit you up by the end of this week. I'll make a note to remind myself to hit you up on Friday. Remind me on Friday at 2 p.m. to hit up Chris. Cool. Now it'll actually happen. Anyways. Let's see what Lars has to say about this. If we put the abstraction conversation to the side, it is true that programmers tend to be weary of new languages and new ways of programming. When Fortran was released, programmers were skeptical of it as well. They had similar claims. It was likely to introduce more bugs and instability. Writing assembly more directly was more efficient. Later, there would be discourse around the integration of compilers, introducing too much magic into the process. These were normative arguments around the fear of what might be lost if these new technologies were embraced. The difference with what is happening today is that those previous fears were speculative and theoretical. In just the short few years that AI tooling has existed, we've already seen significant impacts. These aren't just junior devs, but even those with a decade or more of experience. Here are some posts that he grabbed from Reddit. Losing my ability to code due to AI. Hello, everyone. I don't see it come up a lot, but even after a few years of coding, using AI on a regular basis for over a year has made me feel a lot more insecure about my coding abilities. I feel like my skills are really deteriorating while simultaneously feeling like there might be no need to know how to code at all. Handling feeling dumber or like losing skills due to the need of using AI. Recently, my company started enforcing using only AI for all software dev. That's a terrible idea. It writes the codex. It writes the code. I love that this dev is so deep that code autocorrects to codex. It writes the code, then agents review the code, etc. We're supposed to be architects. Who only look at outcomes and not the code. For context, I have 9 years of experience. I'm 31, a father of a 1-year-old, so let's agree that a side project after hours is not an option. Every time I use AI to do everything, I feel like I'm losing my skills, that I'm becoming a worse professional, etc. Especially that if you want to get a new job, you're mainly and mostly graded based on your technical skills. Letting AI do 100% coding fried my brain. Help. AI reliance and cognitive decline. I find myself using more and more AI to speed my efficiency, whether it's organizing a schedule or a quick screening of code to actually writing small snippets. There are definitely people experiencing this. I was afraid I would experience this and somehow haven't. I know I keep making the same comparison over and over again. I think the fact that my job wasn't just coding and hasn't been for a while prepped me better for this. I have had a team of engineers for the better part of a decade at this point. And realizing my best use of my time isn't being in the weeds writing the code, it's helping the team execute more effectively while understanding the system well enough to help them debug when things go wrong. I write less than 5% of the code across our products, but I solve over half the outages. And I'm really proud of that. My understanding of the system has gone up, not down over time. And the AI tools are helping me maintain that understanding and guide my team better as we architect our systems. I would bet my ass that every single one of these 4 people has never had to manage a team before. I also see Chris Titus Tech in chat with a similar experience here. He's coming from a sysadmin and infra background. Most of his coding abilities used to revolve around scripting. And now with AI, it's really opened so many doors. He could jump into low-level languages he would have never had time to before. And that's from my experience too. There's a lot of things that weren't worth me learning because the friction of going through the long window of dumb and the burden I would be to other people asking questions was too high. AI has lowered that to the floor. So the right mindset here can make you way more productive and way more capable of learning in a way that's really cool. You said you sent a tweet earlier. I'll say that less experienced engineers, like junior engineers, career transitioners, or people that just didn't get it before, they're getting a little more screwed here. My chat sent me this tweet from Austin Kennedy, who's 22 years old. He thinks Claude Code's deteriorating his brain. Every single day for the last 6 months, he's had 6 to 8 Claude Code terminals open, waiting for a response just so he can hit enter 75% of the time. It's done something to him. In convos with a couple of friends, it's been to a point. Apparently, his friends bring it up pretty frequently. None of them feel as sharp as they used to. Don't know if it's just us or others in their 20s who are feeling the same thing, but it's something he's been thinking about. Yeah. If you didn't get through the years of friction to really understand these things, you're going to get addicted to the slot machine. I've seen a lot of people falling for this in particular. Also, the worst ones are the ones who have always been really insecure. The people who... I'll be real crude here. The people who don't have imposter syndrome, they are just imposters. And I've seen some horrifying examples of this. People who've been like working at Google for 4 years that don't know how to use SSH. Like I've seen this a lot. And those people are now addicted to the slot machine. And they went from being kind of bad, but like at least they could write some Python here and there, to just a net negative on the team. Funny enough, I've seen that same person instinctively go to ChatGPT and ask where they left their keys because they're so used to asking it everything. This archetype of person, I would argue, was never particularly useful. And the AI is just continuing to erode their already eroded brain. The gap between the great and not great engineers has grown massively. And AI has accelerated that. And again, examples from people in the industry saying that the juniors on their team are shipping really fast, but they don't know how to debug anything they didn't actually write the code for. This dev hired a junior who learned to code with AI. He can't debug without it. Don't know how to help him. Okay. AI debugging, underrated. It's a specific skill separate from building with AI. I don't think you should be debugging without AI at this point, because if you have a bug and it's affecting users, everything you can do to increase the likelihood that you solve the problem is something you should be doing. So when I had an outage a few days ago on Ping, our video product, I haven't touched that code base in 4 years, minus like testing agents, upgrading it every once in a while. But it was built on the OG T3 stack, a stack that I invented. I know the layers very well. I know where the failures can be. So I grabbed the first error I hit, I pasted it into a codex instance, and immediately went back to the browser to try and get more info and debug it. I ended up figuring out roughly what it was. It was a table returning a null, or it was Prisma getting a null for an ID when it was trying to do a referential integrity check to get data for a join that it was doing. And it just got a null and failed as a result. By the time I had figured this out, the agent that was running had its own entirely different theory, but I didn't care. I opened up another tab in T3 code and asked a different question. Which of these table referential integrity checks is the most likely to have a problem? And I switched over to fast mode. While it was running, I was going through the code and going through our error logs. I saw the notification that the request was done. I went and checked, and it said that it was very likely to be the link between user table and the join for which users are in rooms. I knew what I had to do at this point. I had to remove all of the joins. I knew what I had to do at this point. I had to remove all of the links between the rooms and the user that were for this dead user. I didn't want to write the SQL query wrong. So I told it what our schema was and asked it to write the query to remove all the rows that match this particular pattern. And then it worked. And then I was done. So I did around 3 AI agent requests while I was doing this debugging. I don't even know what the first one output. I just had it run in the background while I was debugging, found a much more likely root cause, asked a second agent about that. It correctly identified what table the problem would be from. I asked it to write a query to figure out what row was affected. It did. I pasted it. I got the right result. I pasted the results back into my agent. It told me what query to run to clean it up, and then it was fixed. This was me and the AI going back and forth, sharing our understanding of the capabilities of my system and what we were experiencing in order to debug more effectively. Note that this would not have worked at all if I didn't know the system already. I also would have taken much longer to solve this if I didn't have AI, and I would have been more scared about my solutions because I didn't want to go write the fucking SQL for this when I was at an event in Miami. Yeah, so I'm very okay with using AI in the debugging process. Anybody who says otherwise is either stupid or bad faith. The problem is people leaning on AI because they don't understand the system, and they can't understand the system because they don't, and their refusal to learn the system because it makes them feel dumb results in them only getting anything done with AI. Different problems, and I want to be very clear with the distinction here. Because again, these tools are really useful when you know what you're fucking doing. Anyways. Back to the article. Lars says it is actually different this time, and I agree. This is different from a C++ dev moving to Python or Java, because, as he says, they didn't complain about brain fog when they made the move. They just complained about the awful object-oriented programming patterns that they had to adopt in Java. When a sysadmin moves to AWS, they don't feel like they're losing their ability to understand networking. A senior engineer losing their... On that note, there's a lot of people who would argue Vercel cost them their networking understanding, but different conversation for a different time. A senior engineer losing their coding edge and becoming rusty over time as they move into managerial roles and practice coding less often is not a new phenomenon. This was a natural progression of expertise. An engineer who had decades of coding, friction, and experience logged This was a natural progression of expertise. An engineer who had decades of coding, friction, and experience over their careers would have the time and expertise, this sentence sucks. This was the natural progression of expertise. An engineer would put in decades to coding, experience lots of friction, and their experience would be logged, and that would result in them having the time and experience necessary to solidify their skills and wisdom. And they could apply that wisdom when their job became less about syntax and more about higher level architectural decision. Those individuals are not only exceedingly rare, but you won't get the next wave of seniors if we're all Those individuals are not only exceedingly rare, but you won't get the next wave of seniors if we're all abdicating the friction of writing, problem solving, and debugging. Ding, ding, fucking ding. This is the concern I have. I am predisposed to being good with this shit because I already coded in a way that relates to this. And then when I moved to leadership positions and I was advising many different teams while also coding and being in the weeds too, I got to build these skills really early. And I'm super thankful for the people I worked with for letting a stupid fucking 22-year-old step way outside of their role to start steering architectural decisions and helping in outages that they shouldn't be near, being involved in like P1 incidents that they should have nothing to do with, and learning not just how things work, but more importantly, how they fail. I'm really fucking proud of my debugging skills. My team's almost annoyed that like I can come into a code base I've barely touched in years because there's some outage and say, oh, it's probably that. And I'm right like 70% of the time. And if I'm not, I get it right within the next 3 tries, usually. My systems understanding and my ability to like link 1, 2, and 3 to form the picture, that's what I'm good at. And I wasn't initially. I had to build that skill up because I was doing too many things at any given time. And I was lucky enough to be surrounded with people that were cool with me stepping way outside of what I should have been doing. It is way too hot in here. One sec. I need to crank the AC more. Why did it randomly get bumped to eco mode and turn off? Cool. There we go. I will say that with the right mindset and focus, I do think the skills I built can be built independently now if you build a big enough system and put the effort into understanding where it fails. On the other hand, the incentives for that are going down, and the interest in building your fundamentals is going down with it. I used to be the person that would push back on learning like fundamental CS. Like I didn't think you needed to go memorize all of the different sorting algorithms and all of the different like big O notations for different solutions to various problems. Like I don't think most devs should need to know how to inverse a binary tree. But the moment you have to, you should be able to figure it fucking out. And this is always my take. The fundamentals don't matter until they do, and you should be in the right mindset to learn them when it makes sense to, when you have a problem that benefits from it. If something is slower than it should be, and you notice that your sort algorithm takes too long, it's time to learn better sort algorithms. I don't know if that take of mine will carry over to this era. I would hope that when you're running into problems because you're fetching all of your data through use effects, that you'll look into how other people do it and you'll find React Query. But I think it's more likely the agent just does it for you and you never learn the difference. I suspect that because I've already seen a lot of engineers do that even before AI. The number of engineers I saw making their code comically worse by fetching all of their data in these weird patterns that were super inconsistent and unreliable across their code base that wouldn't use React Query because they don't want to learn another new thing. Motherfucker, you're basically unlearning. It is less code and less effort. It is a simple wrapper for async functions. It couldn't be easier. But the idea of another thing to learn was enough of a turnoff for the average low IQ dev that they wouldn't fucking bother. And now that person's been given a lever they can pull to make it matter even less. That sucks. AI is going to take bad devs and make them atrocious. But I do still hold a little bit of hope that the devs who love this, who really care about how things work, not just the feeling of them working, will take advantage of these tools to accelerate how quickly they learn and grow. And I have already seen this. It's a small number of people, but I have them in my community. People who are doing way more than they should be at their young age without any real career experience yet, because they're building things bigger than they have any right to, and they're curious about why they're breaking and how to solve the problems at fundamental levels. That I love. Yeah. I like this framing here too. What's happening now is a trend where devs who have never had the longevity or the 30 plus years of friction that lead to the deep understanding are being moved to higher level workflows requiring those same skills to manage the AI agents that the senior engineers took decades to obtain. Yep. I'll go a step further. You had to be a good engineer to have a big code base. Either you were hired to help in that big code base or you built it yourself. There was a intelligence and competence requirement, like a friction that was necessary. Like you have to be this tall to come in type thing. You had to be this competent and this experienced to build real work before. Now Claude can get you into a position where you're maintaining a code base that is bigger than any engineer with 5 years of experience would be comfortable with, and you learned how to code a month ago, if you even actually learned. That is the biggest issue, is there's devs who are way out of bound for where their capabilities are, and they're not using the tools to learn to better their capabilities. They're using the tools to reach past their capabilities and then just throw up their hands when things break. Another great point from Chris Titus Tech, he's on fire. He'd expand this and say that if you do open source and have contributors, it will help point out the mistakes. I'll go even further than you are here, Chris. Open source maintainers are disproportionately open source maintainers are massively outperforming average devs in the AI world because they're used to slinging slop and dealing with random bullshit from various capabilities and levels of engineers, many of which know better than them, many of which know less than them, all of which are opportunities to learn. And this is actually why I think you're an exceptional dev, despite not being a dev, because you're doing something way harder. You're trying to fix Windows. But aside from that, you're also trying to maintain these real legitimate open source projects people rely on every day. I say as a person who relies on WinUtil every time I do a new Windows install, which is far too often. That puts you in a position where you learn so much more, and those details matter so much more. You've effectively let yourself do 5 years of real world experience every year with the stuff that you do, even though you're not an engineer in the traditional sense, which is silly and dumb, and one of the many reasons I want to help you make more fucking money. So yeah. If you're doing real open source stuff that people rely on and use, whether you're a contributor or even better, a maintainer that is helping go through stuff, your level of experience for where you're at in your career will be significantly higher than you would otherwise expect. I know people who have 1 year of experience that is mostly open source work that runs circles around somebody with 5 years of experience at Microsoft. Yeah. The author does remind us that senior engineers aren't immune. Simon Willison, the creator of Django, good friend of the channel, one of the best people in the AI developer space for talking about how this actually affects us as devs. He has 30 years of experience. He's been coding since I was born. He reported that he doesn't have a firm mental model of what the applications he builds can do and how they work, which means each additional feature becomes harder to reason about. And I can absolutely understand that. The skilled orchestrator problem. I just want to see which study this was. Cool. Buried in a recent study by Anthropic was a surprisingly honest moment when speaking about the risks of engaging with coding agents on a regular basis. One reason that the atrophy of coding skills is concerning is the paradox of supervision. Effectively, using Claude requires supervision. Effectively using Claude requires supervision, and supervising Claude requires the very coding skills that may atrophy from overusing AI. A director of software engineering at LinkedIn who has 50 engineers reporting to them has noticed it proliferating throughout the organization and requested his team to not use them for, quote, tasks that require critical thinking or problem solving. To grow skills, people need to go through hardship. They need to develop the muscle to think through problems. How would someone question if AI is accurate if they don't have critical thinking? Yep. I don't know what it looks like to build these skills now. It's very different from how it used to be. I'm sure there are new ways to, and I'm sure they're even more effective using these tools, but I don't know what that looks like because I already have the skills. I can't properly reset to my brain before I knew all of these things. There's also the question of what constitutes as overuse. We already have evidence, both data-driven and anecdotal, that these skills can atrophy and dissipate rather quickly, sometimes even within months. This is the contradiction that has many AI boosters talking out of both sides of their mouths. The use of coding agents is actively diminishing the very skills needed to effectively manage the same coding agents. LLMs accelerate the wrong parts. Oh boy, this is going to be a fun section. This one's going to be so much fun that I'm going to make you wait until the next ad is done. Sorry. I had to sneak that in case we do 2 sponsors for the video. Sorry about the interruption. As we were, LMs accelerate the wrong parts. Contrary to the current narrative that is being espoused, we didn't necessarily need to write code faster, especially code that we didn't fully understand, and particularly in huge swaths that we couldn't review in reasonable timeframes. I want to hear more because I don't necessarily agree yet. Before AI, a good dev's priority list might look like the following. First, understanding of the code and its relation to the code base. Second, if the code is aligned with the documented and efficient standards. 3, as few lines of code as needed to accomplish the goal while maintaining readability. And 4, turnaround time. I don't agree. Depends on what type of good dev you're referring to here, because there's a lot of things that make a dev good. And everyone will disagree on what those are. Some people think a good dev is somebody who writes meticulously detailed specs and writes 5 unit tests per line of code. Others might think a good dev is the person who understands the user and the code base well enough to make the two meet. Others might think the best dev is the one who comes up with a novel solution that is far outside of the way anyone else thinks, that no one understands until 5 years later and then we're all using it. I think good devs are people who solve real problems. I like working with devs that understand the code base, that are writing code that is well aligned and standard, that are writing as few lines of code as possible, which is actually very rare. There's a lot of great devs that don't even do this, and have good turnaround time. But I have found that any one of these skills at the upper end is novel enough that it makes you unique. Like if you write really efficient code, that is a thing you're known for. Like I know Mark, my CTO, is the code golfer. One of his favorite things is to see if he can do a whole advent of code problem in 1 line of JavaScript. And then turnaround time, as I mentioned before, was one of my skills. And it was enough that it boosted my career meaningfully that I could come in, find the things that made the roadmap unnecessarily complex, help trim, and get like really locked into the thing we actually wanted to build. So we weren't distracted by all the things that took most of the time and brought none of the value. So I would say a great dev has all of these skills, but a good dev is somebody who has the right compromise between them. The problem is that agentic coding and LLMs in general are inverting this list. Yeah. Most devs should not be allowed to code fast. That I agree with. As somebody who coded fast a lot, watching others try to keep up resulted in a lot of pain. And the solution was often for me to slow down, not because my code was getting buggy, but to get everybody around me to stop trying to keep pace, because when they did, everything fell apart. And AI now has everyone trying to keep pace, and now everything is falling apart. Their capabilities and usage tend to focus on speed by increasing the amount of code that can be generated in a specified time frame. Speed's a natural byproduct of high aptitude. When it's forced, it always leads to lower accuracy. Okay, I do love this framing, actually. This is perfect. I earned my right to the speed. Y'all haven't yet. Okay, many of you have. I'm actually really impressed with how competent so much of my audience is. When I meet you guys at events and things, I'm blown away with the shit so many of you are doing. Your annoying ass coworkers have not earned the right to ship fast yet. And the result is slop. Julius on my team has absolutely earned the right to ship fast. He's shipping faster than I ever have. And is pushing the limits of what agents can do, but also is very meticulous about how things are structured more than almost anybody. And as the author says, the integration of AI tools does not tend to focus much on deeper understanding or conciseness. And I want to be really clear, because every time I mention something like this, the response is, oh, we need better tools that do that. Those should make a lot of money. And then I get 5 people coming up to me at the OpenAI GPT 5.5 event trying to get me to invest in their company, making AI education products to help people learn better with AI instead of just use the AI. Who do you think makes more money? Casinos or people selling books about casinos? There's pretty obviously one that does much better. I've been burned on so many education investments, even the ones that were doing revenue, that I just don't believe that people want this at all. Like, given those two options, given the option of a slot that makes you feel good and a lesson that makes you feel bad, 99% of people are going to pick the prior. There is no business building this, which sucks. That human nature in capitalism prevent tools that educate you from being successful. But that's your guys' fault as users, not business's fault. Doesn't matter how good the business does. If users don't want it, it won't work. Believe me, I'm speaking from a lot of experience here. It is absolutely possible to use these tools if you're determined enough in a way that will actually make you learn more and understand systems better. But that's not how they're being used. Forced mandates at companies that have... There are lots of companies with forced mandates that you have to be doing more with AI, and they have crazy leaderboards and stuff that are incentivizing bad usage, and all the hype around that is demonstrating just how bad things are getting. Coding equals planning. This is going to be a fun section. There's a divide between devs that isn't highlighted as much. Some of us plan and think better with code. Thinking and working in code isn't just meaningless drudgery. It forces you to think about things on a technical level that involves everything, from security to performance to user experience to maintainability. I very much agree here. I like planning in code. A thing I talk about a lot is what got coined at Twitch as the Theo method. Instead of writing a spec, assuming we know how everything works, that is super long and tedious, and then building the product and realizing the spec doesn't make any sense, I would start with a really simple, minimal implementation that was the minimum viable shape of the idea. And in building that in just a few days often, I would learn a ton. Sometimes it would even be good enough we could ship that as is. Other times I would find all of the things that make it annoying to implement, and then I can write a good spec based on what I learn. Death Fudge put it perfectly in chat. Write once, throw it away, and then build it right. Absolutely. And if AI helps you do that, awesome. I did this so much, it got coined under my name at my last company that I worked at traditionally. It is really powerful to get in the weeds first. You can't really do that in coding without coding. I write much worse plans when I'm not in the code base. That's just reality. And when I'm working with my team, I'll often do a first pass before proposing the thing to the team. So I have like my roots to base my proposals on. And guess what? Plan mode is not that. Plan mode is not that at all. In a recent interview discussing spec-driven development, Dax, the creator of OpenCode, which is an open source coding agent no less, is quoted as such. It's also worth noting Dax isn't the creator of OpenCode, he's a DevRel at OpenCode. Here's what he had to say. When working on something new or something challenging, me typing out code is the process by which I figure out what we should even be doing. I have a really tough time just sitting there writing out a giant spec on exactly how the feature should work. I like writing out types. I like writing out how some of the functions might play together. I like playing with the folder structure to see what the different concepts should be. And this is all stuff I think most people, most programmers, have always done. I don't agree there. You would be amazed how many programmers don't do any of this. They just wait till the ticket is cut properly, and then they spend way too long writing a document and then hope they can get promoted before they even finish the feature. Most devs don't do this because most devs are roughly average or worse. Good devs do this, but most devs don't. I do agree with him that we shouldn't necessarily stop doing this. There's no good reason to, and it's how we figure out what to do and how to do it right. What's fun is, though, or the one big part I'll disagree with here, though, is that when you get it wrong, it's never been cheaper to fix it. I always had a sense of dread when I would commit to a new folder structure or a new way to do type systems or a new way to do data fetching, because if I'm wrong, getting it out is hell. Now I can get it out in a for loop, and that's awesome. It has made my willingness to experiment with these things go up a ton, and I'm trying patterns I never would have tried before because they had way too high a risk of being shit. But they turned out to work really well, and I'm surprised, but it never was worth the effort before. So again, there's two sides here. Back to the article. What you say is often not what you mean, and LLMs fill in ambiguity with assumptions, or even worse, hallucinations, which leads to more review, more agent revisions, more tokens burned, and more disconnection from what is being created. Inversely, you can marvel at the most beautiful, unambiguous, perfectly structured prompt you've ever written, and the LLM could still output a hallucinated method because it's fundamentally a next token prediction engine, not a compiler. You cannot replace a deterministic system with a probabilistic one and expect zero ambiguity. As a JavaScript dev, I am offended. Oh, God. Okay, I was scared that was going to be linked to my video. Oh boy, this will be a fun section. Vendor lock-in. When I was browsing LinkedIn during the Claude outage that occurred a bit ago, I noticed numerous posts highlighting that certain devs and engineering teams were at a standstill. Their workflows, their own coding abilities had already reached a point where they were largely dependent on these vendors. What used to be a skill that they could execute with just a keyboard and text editor suddenly required a subscription to an AI model provider. Man, I haven't self-plugged in a bit, so please permit me to do it this one time. If you're experiencing vendor lock-in right now, that is your fault. There are lots of great tools, and I will obviously plug my own with T3 Code, that don't just give you the ability to switch between models, they give you the ability to switch between subscriptions and providers. There is no world in which Claude, Codex, Cursor, and OpenCode are all down at the same time. And it's actually quite valuable to hop between these things. I can't tell you how many times I've had GPT 5.5 debug Opus slop, and how many times I've had Opus come in and make a slightly better UI for some GPT 5.5 code. A lot of devs are doing this wrong. They are relying on one thing way too hard, the same way that a lot of devs rely on US East 1 too hard. The difference is that Anthropic is much worse the difference is that somehow Anthropic is less reliable than US East 1, but it's the same problem, and there's lots of good open source solutions to this problem. Again, T3 Code is a fully open source desktop app and web app now too that you can use to run all of your agents on your existing subscriptions and hop between them at a moment's notice. I've had times where Claude was down and I wanted to use it, but I hopped over to GPT 5.5 and was fine. Or even hopped over to Cursor, where they were using Opus models through other providers and also were fine. You can also deploy Claude on things like Amazon Bedrock, which has way more reliability and better uptime than you would get out of using Claude directly. So I don't love this vendor lock-in point. I think, like all things, reliability is your concern as a dev. The problem here isn't that we're all stuck relying on one thing. It's that stupid devs have nothing else to do when their thing goes down, so they complain about it online. An interesting point here is that you can't predict your token cost. Model providers are heavily subsidized, and the models themselves are built on shifting sands. Every new model release follows the same pattern of high benchmarks, followed by hype, followed by the reality of usage and everyone complaining about them being nerfed and burning through 2x to 3x as many tokens to get the same job done. This is a Claude complaint. This is absolutely a Claude complaint. Like, this is not how it works at OpenAI land. You guys are just so deep on Claude code that your brains are falling out. Everyone, whatever side you're on, if you're a Claude code diehard or a Claude code hater, Claude code specifically has ruined the discourse about so many of these things. Oh, don't quote that Primogen video. Not that video. Not the one I had to tear to pieces because it was so wrong. Oh, no. Don't quote that. This article was so good up until this point. You know how much your employees cost, but you have no idea how much your token costs will be day to day, month to month, year to year. If all of your costs are fixed, you don't have a real fucking business. I've never worked with a company that is doing well that had entirely fixed costs. Everything is flexible. Everything fluctuates. Computer costs skyrocketed because of tariffs and RAM being more expensive. Egg costs skyrocketed for restaurants. A fixed cost business is a failing business, generally speaking. I'm just going to skip this paragraph because I don't agree. To be frank, I generally think vendor lock-in arguments are competence failures. Good vendors make it easier to do less work, and the move out of a given vendor is just the adoption of the work you avoided doing. So the example I often give is Vercel. Moving off of Vercel is easy. You just have to write the code you hadn't written yet. I don't write code that only works on Vercel. I write code that works on Vercel that is missing pieces that I didn't have to write because I was using Vercel and Vercel handles it. When I leave Vercel, I have to go add those pieces back in. Using Claude code means I don't have to write the code by hand. Leaving Claude code doesn't mean I can't write code anymore. It means I have to go write it myself again or use any of the 15 other providers. Like, there's so many options. I don't like this argument. Vendor lock-in is not the right framing for all of this. So let's go to the last section here. Demoting AI's role. I'm certainly not advocating for typing all code out manually. Programmers have always been looking for ways to create code without having to write it. That's why we have things like Emmet, the autocomplete system that is in VS Code for shorthand. I always hated Emmet personally, but teach their own. We also have traditional autocomplete snippets as well. I used to be like the biggest anti-snippet and template guy. AI means I don't have to care anymore, which is great. Even COBOL was designed to encapsulate more instructions with less writing by using English-like words such as move and write. jQuery's motto was write less, do more. LLMs are another addition to this array of code gen tools. What I'm advocating for, though, is leveraging LLMs and coding agents as a secondary process, a way that doesn't sacrifice the individual skill at the altar of productivity. You can flip the script and lean on them to brainstorm the planning parts of the process while staying actively engaged throughout implementation, delegating to them on an as-needed basis. You can leverage the productivity gains and mitigate the comprehension debt. I'm going to go through his workflow, and then I'm going to discuss mine and my framing that might be a little different. To the person saying they can't afford multiple $200 subs, we're not talking about you. You don't have a job. We're talking about companies that are paying engineers $150,000 a year that are halting because they don't have Claude code up because Anthropic went down. Very different problem. I know I'm going to get that a comment a lot in the comment section. The majority of my viewers are employed. The majority of my commenters are very unemployed. Anyways, back to Lars's daily workflow. He uses LLMs to help generate specs and plans while he facilitates the implementation. It's an inversion of the orchestration flow. He's still manually coding anywhere from 20% to 100% depending on the task. I use LLMs to investigate, but not to write the plan. That's interesting. I very often am writing pseudocode when I do engage with the models, closing the distance between the request and generated code. Yep, absolutely. I love writing pseudocode. I like doing it back and forth on pseudocode too, where I'll have the model generate the pseudocode. I'll make recommendations. We'll go back and forth. I'll be like, okay, that's good. What does it look like in my code base? He also uses the models as delegation utilities for ad hoc code generation and interactive documentation, as well as research tools so that he can constantly ask questions, iterate, refactor, and gain clarity. Okay, now we're cooking. We'll go back there in a sec. He never generates more than he can review in a given sitting. If it's too much to review, he slows down and splits the task up, manually refactoring when needed to ensure a comprehensive understanding of the end result. And he'll never ask an LLM or agent to implement something that he's never done before or couldn't do on his own, except perhaps purely for educational or tutorial purposes, and often discard it afterwards. Okay, he's dancing around a concept here that I don't even know if he is embraced yet. The harsh reality is that most code wasn't worth writing before if it wouldn't be run thousands of times. Any task that code can solve, a human can too, just not necessarily as efficiently. But if I only have to do the thing once, and it would take 1,000 lines of code, it wasn't worth writing that code. I would just do the thing by hand. The important thing to do is to think about how important is each function that you're writing. Is the code that you're writing code that's going to be run thousands of times a day by your users, or is it code that's going to be run once in a migration, or maybe or maybe you're doing some data analysis and you want to like dig something out of 500,000 rows in a CSV, and you're only going to run the code once. You just want to get this info. Understanding how frequently a piece of code is going to run is essential in understanding how important that code is and how important it is to understand that code. And once you've internalized this, you can go further with it. When you realize there's a lot of code where the quality doesn't matter because you're just running the thing one time and not thinking about it again, you're going to start writing code for things you wouldn't have before. I've written so much code for bullshit stuff, like one-off calculators for checking numbers from one specific task I did, or writing a 2,000 line of code JS file to manage assets on my NAS when I'm in the middle of transferring a bunch of files between shit. Those things were never worth writing code for before because it would be faster to just sit there and do the task yourself. Now, all of a sudden, it is way more viable to write code for those things. And that has been the biggest shift for me, is using the AI to write code that otherwise wouldn't have been worth writing, and at the same time using AI to better understand the code that is worth writing. The harsh reality is that most people who are working with agents can't tell you which code is running at all, much less which code is running a lot and which code is run once. And if you don't have that level of understanding, you need to fix that. But once you have this understanding and you can think through the work you're doing in this range, you're going to find more value on both ends of that spectrum. On the early end, or on the end where you're not writing, or on the end where you're writing code to run personally just a couple times, you'll be doing way more and solving way more interesting problems in more interesting ways. And on the other side, the most complex code can be explained to you with an agent, and you can find the hot paths and learn more about how it's architected. And if there's something wrong with it, you can use the agent to adjust things at massive scales like you couldn't before. And I found that I use AI entirely differently for the code that is run a lot and is shipping to users versus the code that I'm using for one-off tasks. And realizing this, and realizing you can do better in both areas with AI, is the powerful unlock I've been trying to help more of you have. The author titles the next section, "I'm not going faster, but I'm doing better quality work. Why not both is my challenge. Faster for the one-off things, faster to solve problems, faster to do stuff that wasn't even worth doing before, but improving the quality in things that required too much manpower, improving the quality in things that you didn't understand fully and now can, getting more versions of a thing out before solidifying the one you want to commit to. The code that matters should be better quality because of AI, And the code that doesn't should be 10 times more prolific because of AI. We should get both. And when those two get confused with each other, everything falls apart. Let's wrap this up because this was an awesome article. I'll be real. I want to let him have the last word. The productivity gains from these models are real, and it is so in the friction and the productivity gains from these models are real, and so is the friction and understanding that came from engaging with the work on a tangible and frequent basis. Despite countless failed attempts at trying to democratize coding while not understanding coding, we're faced with the reality that you cannot understand code without engaging with it. And it's also become clear that if you don't keep engaging and writing it, you can lose touch with that understanding, which will in turn make you a less capable orchestrator in the first place, rendering this phase of AI coding a strange and needlessly stressful interlude. Perhaps I am worrying too much, but history contains lessons. This all feels similar though, like another large experiment we're running on ourselves. We've been through a similar period with the introduction of social media without understanding the long-term implications, and we're now faced with attention deficit amongst many other issues on a wide scale. This time we're gambling with something much riskier. He ends with a quote from Jeremy Howard. People who go all in on AI agents now are guaranteeing their own obsolescence. If you outsource all your thinking to computers, you stop upskilling, learning, and becoming more competent. I absolutely agree. Oh. I was hoping that would link to their Twitter, and it does not. Rip. This is a phenomenal article from Lars. Definitely recommend checking out his blog. It'll be linked in the description if you want to see his other posts. Looks like there's a lot of other very relevant topics, like your indispensable value in the AI. Looks like there's other awesome targets that are. This is far from his only great blog post. Definitely check out his indispensable value in AI era post, as well as everyone can delegate now, just from this year alone. Very thankful to Lars for writing this. This is an awesome read, and I hope you learned something from it. Don't let the AI take away your thinking. Let it advance your thinking, and you can build better, smarter things as you learn more and solve more problems. If AI isn't making you smarter, you are using it wrong, and I highly recommend you reflect before you lose those valuable skills. It's a really important time to be on top of these things now more than ever, and letting those skills atrophy will hurt your career long term. That's all I have to say on this for now. Let me know what you guys think, and until next time, peace, nerds. What was that in here? Oh, yeah, I've seen this. That's not a fun one. This took long enough. Amazon's forcing of Kira was horrible. Oh. T3 bingo is hilarious. Who made this? That's so good. Scholes made it? Of course he did. Yeah, this was cited a bit in it. AWS has run some GPT models internally for a few months. Interesting. Oh, I was just trolling Dax. I love giving Dax shit. He's a DevRel. I saw the... Interesting. I think so many of these things are too focused on the spec and not a like first implementation pass to learn from, but I guess in the AI world this is fine. Let me thank all the subs I missed while we were filming that. Seems like it wasn't too many of y'all. We got Sammy with the gift. Thank you for that. Name in the hat with the prime. Fugazi Woozy here. Camera going out of focus. Yeah, that was because my hands were in front of my face. I'm going to change how I'm handling focus on all my shit today, probably. I a bunch of random changes I want to make in here, too. I'll do that later. We got Boundex with the prime. Flafkus with the prime as well. Grimgen with the prime 6 months in. Eric here with the 3 months. Appreciate that a ton. What have I missed on YouTube in all of this time? That anymore. Do need this. Cool. I did not miss any funding on YouTube. Nice. That's it. Wanted to say, I know you asked folks if they'd be interested in more business content, +1 from you. I appreciate that a lot. I'm realizing people like it. They don't click it normally, but if it's branded right, they might. Talked about Uno a long time ago. I don't have any reason to now. I do not need camera recommendations at all. I just need to change the focus profile. I reset this camera and it didn't set it to the eye focus tracking. It's still on like human focus tracking. And my hands are part of my human. And I also have a much... I'm on f1.2 on this lens. I was on like f1.8 before. So the difference between my hand and my face shows a lot more blur than it used to. Theo's using C9 920s. God damn it, Ali. F1.2 is too shallow, but it looks so good. It looks so good. We're doing another vid. I think I'm done. What time is it? It's almost 8. Yeah, I should be done. None of these are easy enough to gun through fast as much as I want to. I think we'll stop here. Let's figure out who I'm going to raid. Study time could be fun. Summoning Salt could be fun too. My gut says to throw you guys at Alveus, though. Think of throwing you guys at Alveus. Have fun watching the animals. Always appreciate having you guys. Very fun stream. Good day as always. Peace, y'all. I read that once, SLP. Good seeing y'all. Later. Bye. To YouTube as well.